Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. If you've ever moved into a cheap house in the middle of nowhere because the rent was too good to be true, these stories are exactly what you're hoping never happened in your basement. Maybe you know the type of place I mean. The kind of rental that shows up at the very bottom of a listing page, blurry photos, a suspiciously low price, a short description that just says quiet, private, perfect for one. The kind of place where the landlord is strangely eager to hand you the keys. As long as you can move in right away and don't ask too many questions, you tell yourself you're just being smart. You're saving money. You're getting out of the city, away from traffic and neighbors and paper-thin apartment walls. Out here, the nights are supposed to be peaceful. Just you, some crickets, maybe the wind on the old siding. But there are details that start to bother you. The way the previous tenant left in a hurry and nobody really wants to say why. The basement door that's always a little damp along the bottom, even when it hasn't rained in weeks. The landlord who laughs off your questions and then, on his way out, turns serious just long enough to say, "Hey, one more thing. If anybody knocks after 10 p, don't open the door." Most people ignore those red flags. They hang a few pictures, plug in the Wi-Fi, crank up the TV and tell themselves old houses just make weird noises. Pipes rattle, wood pops. The wind sounds like footsteps when you're tired enough. Tonight, you're going to hear from people who did the same thing until they realized their cheap little place in the middle of nowhere wasn't empty when they moved in. It was already being used as a storage unit for other people. And down in the basement, behind a door they were told never to open, something or someone was waiting for them to find out why the rent was so low. 1. Leaving Denver. Finding a bargain. I am writing this from a different state now, in a different apartment, with neighbors on the other side of the wall and car horns down on the street. But back then, when all of this started, the only thing I could hear outside my window at night was the sound of sirens echoing through Denver and my upstairs neighbor doing laundry at 2 in the morning. If you end up reading this on your channel, or if anyone hears you reading this out loud, I want you to understand that none of this began like a horror story. It started like a budgeting decision. I was 27, working IT support from home for a company downtown. From home sounded nice until I realized it meant spending 10 hours a day in a one-bedroom apartment that barely fit a couch, a cheap desk, and a mattress on the floor. Rent took almost everything. Groceries, gas, internet. Those were just extra punches after bell. My days blurred together. Wake up, log in, listen to people yell because their Wi-Fi was down, apologize, restart routers, escalate tickets, pretend to care. At night, I would sit on the same sinking couch, scrolling through YouTube, letting horror channels play in the background while I answered emails. Other people's nightmares were easier to digest than my own bank account. At some point, the numbers just stopped making sense. I ran them again and again on a yellow legal pad, Denver rent. Utilities, student loans. Every month, I was walking a little closer to zero. The only way to move that line was to move myself. That was how I ended up on Facebook Marketplace at 2 in the morning, half asleep, flicking through garbage listings. Cozy studio, downtown, 1500. Garden level, no windows. Room in shared house, must be okay with 3 big dogs and occasional band practice. Then I saw it. 2-bed farmhouse on several acres, perfect for remote workers. Quiet, private, pets okay. The pictures were blurry and taken in bad lighting. You could tell the person who posted it had no idea how to take a real estate photo. One shot of a living room with wood panel walls and a sagging brown couch. One of a kitchen with old cabinets and a white fridge that had gone yellow around the edges. One of the outside, a 2-story house with peeling paint and a metal roof, sitting alone in the middle of what looked like a sea of dead grass. My eyes went straight past the ugly furniture and the bad angles and landed on the number at the bottom. The rent was less than half of what I was paying in Denver. I actually backed out of the listing and refreshed, convinced it was a glitch. When it popped up again with the same price, my first thought was, this is a scam. The second was, even if it is, I have to at least ask. The owner's name on the listing was Carl, no last name, just Carl, landlord. I sent a polite, half-formal message asking if the place was still available and explaining that I worked remotely. He responded in under 5 minutes. Yeah, it's available. House is about 10 minutes outside of town. Couple acres. Nearest neighbor half a mile. If you're serious and you can move soon, I can cut you a deal. There was something about the speed of that reply that should have put me off. Instead, it lit up the same part of my brain that reacts to coupons and clearance stickers. Within a day, we had agreed that I would drive out to see it the following weekend. Leaving Denver felt like cracking a shell. The buildings thinned out, then fell away entirely. The highway straightened. The air went from exhaust and coffee to something drier, emptier. Billboards gave way to fields, flat and yellow-brown, with only the occasional cluster of cottonwoods breaking the horizon. After a couple hours, I saw the sign for the town faded, bullet-dented. The population number hand-painted over and clearly out of date. I took the exit and rolled past a gas station with a single pump, a Dollar General with a half-broken sign, a gun shop with a neon open light struggling against daylight, and a sprawling junkyard where dead cars were stacked like toys behind a chain-link fence. The sky felt bigger than it did in the city. The clouds were wide and low, like someone had pulled a gray blanket over the whole state and forgotten to tuck it in. Carl had given me directions through Messenger. Turn left at the old grain elevator, go past the junkyard, take the county road until the pavement ends. When you think you've gone too far, keep going. You'll see a mailbox and a long dirt drive. He wasn't kidding about the pavement ending. The concrete ended with no warning and became dirt so suddenly that my car lurched. A long, rutted driveway stretched out ahead of me, cutting through fields of stubbled corn and knee-high weeds. At the end of it, standing alone against the horizon, was the house from the photos. It looked worse in person. 2 stories of weathered gray siding, the paint flaking away in curls to reveal older layers beneath. The metal roof was streaked with rust and spotted with dents, like it had been pelted with golf balls for years. One of the upstairs windows had a piece of cardboard taped over part of it. Out back, a small barn leaned slightly to one side, its sliding door half open, dark inside. The fields went on in every direction, a flat ocean of dry stalks that rustled in the wind. I parked in the dirt circle near the porch. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I heard the wind sliding against the siding, making it creak, the roof panels rattling slightly, the faint, constant buzzing of insects out in the weeds. Underneath it all was something else, so low I had to stop walking to catch it. The distant growl of a semi on the highway, far away, but still there. Like a storm you know is out over another county. Carl was waiting on the porch, leaning against one of the wooden posts. He looked exactly like the kind of guy you'd expect to own a cheap farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere. Late 50s, maybe early 60s, big belly under a faded flannel shirt, jeans with permanent dirt on the knees, boots that had seen a lot of mud. His gray hair disappeared under a trucker cap advertising some farm supply company. There was a cigarette pinched between two fingers, and when I got close enough, the smell of smoke mixed with something sharper, like gasoline or oil. "You must be my name," he said, pushing himself off the post and holding out a hand. His voice had that slightly slurred, lazy drawl you hear in small towns, the kind that makes every sentence sound like it has nowhere better to go. "I'm Carl." His handshake was firm and dry. He smiled, big but not wide enough to show teeth. Up close, I could see the broken veins in his cheeks and the yellow in the whites of his eyes. "Drive okay?" he asked. "Told you it's not too far from town. You got a Walmart, a couple fast food places, hospital, everything you need." I glanced past him at the fields, at the barn, at the empty road I had just come down. "Yeah," I said. "It's quiet. That's the point." He chuckled. He flicked the ash off his cigarette into the dirt and nodded at the front door. "Come on in. I'll show you around. It ain't fancy, but the bones are good. Electric's solid. Well, water's clean, septic's working. Place'll treat you right if you treat it right." The front steps creaked under our weight as we went up, each board complaining softly, a different pitch under each foot. A wind chime made out of old spoons and keys clinked lazily in the breeze. Out of tune and a little desperate, when Carl opened the door, the house exhaled a smell that hit me in layers old carpet. Dust, something faintly damp, and the ghost of someone else's cooking that had soaked into the walls a long time ago. The living room was just like the photo wood panel walls darkened by age. A brown carpet worn thin in the center. A sagging couch with one arm ripped and a stuffing bulge peeking out. An old flat-screen TV sat on a particle board stand, dusty but functional. A single lamp in the corner fought to push light into all four corners of the room. "It comes furnished. Like I said, Carl told me. You can bring your own stuff if you want, or use this junk until it dies. I don't really care either way. Heat works. A C kinda works if you don't push it. Power bills stay low. You working from home. You'll appreciate that." He led me through a wide doorway into the kitchen. The linoleum floor was patterned to look like fake stone, but years of scuffs and scrapes made it more abstract art than design. The cabinets were oak, or at least pretending to be, with brass handles dulled by fingers and time. The sink was deep and stainless steel, spotted with hard water stains. The fridge, an off-white dinosaur humming in the corner, had scratches around the handle where someone with rings had grabbed it too often. There was a faint dampness in the air here, a cooler pocket of humidity that settled low near the floor. "Water's from the well," Carl said. Opening the tap, it sputtered, then ran clear. "Tastes fine. Some folks get picky, buy filters. Up to you. Septic tanks out back. Don't be flushing things you wouldn't want to fish out of a swamp. That's my only sermon." He laughed at his own joke. I smiled because it seemed expected. From the kitchen, a narrow wooden staircase ran up along the wall, the banister smooth from hands over decades. Each step creaked with a slightly different pitch as we climbed. A tired wooden scale leading to the second floor. At the top, The hallway was narrow, with 2 doors on the right and 1 on the left. "This one's the main bedroom," Carl said, opening the first door. The room held a double bed with a metal frame, no headboard, and a bare mattress with a few faint yellow rings. Sunlight pushed through thin curtains, catching particles of dust drifting lazily in the air. On the wall opposite the bed, there were small holes where pictures used to hang, and a rectangular shadow where something large had once blocked the sun. I saw myself setting up here, not because I loved it, but because I was already calculating how much I would save every month. The second bedroom, at the end of the hall, was smaller but brighter, with a window that looked out over the fields and the barn. I knew immediately this would be my office/gaming room desk under the window. Monitors in the corner. The kind of place where the white noise of the wind could almost sound like ocean waves if I wanted it to. Back downstairs, near the kitchen, there was another door. I had noticed it on the way in, but assumed it was a pantry. When Carl saw me glance at it, his hand moved automatically to the knob. "That there's the basement," he said, almost offhand. He turned the knob and cracked it open an inch. Cold, damp air drifted out, cooler than the rest of the house, carrying a smell that made me think of wet concrete and something slightly metallic. From the darkness below, I could see the start of concrete steps and a heavy shadowed space beyond. "Just some old storage," Carl said quickly, closing it again before my eyes could adjust. The latch clicked a little too loud, full of junk from the previous owners. "Moldy as hell. No reason for you to go down there." "Seriously, you got everything you need upstairs." He smiled again, but it didn't quite reach his eyes that time. We stepped back out to the porch after the tour. The wind had picked up, pressing against the side of the house, making it flex and complain. Somewhere far off, a truck rumbled along the highway, the sound arriving thin and delayed, like it came through someone else's dream. "So," Carl said, tapping his cigarette pack against his palm. "What do you think for the price? You're not going to find better, especially working remote. You'll have peace and quiet. Nobody bothering you. Nearest neighbors down the road a ways. Old lady. Keeps to herself. Folks won't just be dropping by." I looked out over the emptiness, the barn door half open, the fields swaying in the wind, the long dirt drive leading back to the road. The number from the listing floated up in my mind again. Half my current rent. Half. Yeah. I said, "Yeah. I think this could work." We went over a simple rental agreement at the small kitchen table. First month plus deposit in cash. He slid a ring of keys across the table afterward, then walked me back to the porch. He was halfway down the steps when he stopped. The wind chime clattered against itself above us, tin on tin, high and broken. Carl turned back to look at me, and for the first time since I'd met him, his smile dropped completely. "One more thing," he said. His voice had lost the lazy, friendly drawl. It was flat now, and careful. "You get anybody knocking after 10 p.m., he told me. "You don't open. I don't care if they say they know me. I don't care what they say. You just don't open that door." Got it. For a second, I thought he was joking, and some sarcastic reply floated up something about ex-wives or drunk brothers. But the look in his eyes shut it down before I could say it. There was no humor there, only a kind of tired warning, like he'd had this conversation before and it had not gone well. "Okay," I said. "Sure. No late-night visitors. I can live with that." He nodded once, as if checking a box in his head. Then he turned away, boots creaking on the wooden steps. I watched him walk to his truck, start it, and rattle back down the dirt drive, a plume of dust and grit trailing behind him. The wind chimes sang a few off-key notes in the wake of his engine. The house stood behind me, tall and tired, the metal roof ticking softly as the sun shifted. Somewhere far off, a semi rolled along the highway, invisible beyond the fields. The sound of it was so faint I almost missed it under the creak of the porch boards and the whisper of the siding. If I had been paying closer attention to the way Carl said those last words, I might have turned around, locked the door, and driven back to Denver that same day. Instead, I pocketed the keys, stepped back into the dim living room, and let the house close its door behind me. 1.2 Settling in the house feels empty. The first week felt like a vlog I never recorded. If you cut it together, it would probably look harmless, shaky phone footage of a beat-up sedan bouncing down a dirt road. Jump cuts to a giant parking lot. Fluorescent lights, stacks of cheap cookware, then back to an empty farmhouse with boxes cracked open on the floor. The nearest Walmart was about 25 minutes away, down that same stretch of county road, then the highway, then a strip of town that looked like every other small town strip in the Midwest. Walmart, McDonald's, an auto parts store, one of those all-in-one liquor and lottery places. I pushed a squeaky cart through the aisles like I was stocking up for a snowstorm, a cheap pot and pan set, a baking sheet, frozen pizzas, coffee, paper towels, dish soap, a shower curtain, a new plunger because I did not trust the old plumbing. Every time I walked back out into the parking lot with bags hanging off my arms, it hit me that this was my Walmart now. My place to go when the fridge was empty or the walls felt too close. My little piece of civilization before the road bent back into emptiness. Back at the house, I unloaded everything onto the kitchen counter, one item at a time. The fridge light flicked on with a buzz when I opened it, showing yellowed shelves and a sour smell that disappeared after I wiped it down with bleach and paper towels. I stacked the frozen pizzas in the freezer like rations for some long, quiet siege and filled the door with bottles of cheap cola and coffee creamer. The living room became a maze of boxes for a while. I opened the ones that mattered. First, the one with my monitor wrapped in bath towels. The one with my keyboard and mouse. The plastic tub full of cables and power strips and an old router. The company had shipped me a work laptop months ago, but I still preferred my own setup. I dragged the smaller bedroom desk into the brighter room upstairs, the one that overlooked the fields and the barn, and built my little command center there. There was something comforting about sitting on the floor, Allen wrench in hand, re-screwing the legs onto a familiar desk while the wind rattled the windows. I plugged in the modem that Carl said the last tenant had used, hooked my router into it, watched the lights blink to life one by one. For a moment, as the Wi-Fi icon lit up on my laptop, it felt like I had thrown a cable across miles of corn and hooked myself back to the world I had just left behind. That first night, I kept it simple. I threw a frozen pizza in the oven, sat on the couch that sloped slightly to the left, and balanced the plate on my knees. I opened YouTube and let one of the horror channels I liked autoplay. The familiar cadence washed through the living room. If you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, delivered in story format. The narrator's voice felt weirdly out of place against the backdrop of this old farmhouse, like streaming through a radio left behind by some other era. Underneath his voice were the sounds that would become the soundtrack of the house for me, the steady hum of the fridge, the faint whir of the ceiling fan, the wind pressing itself against the siding in slow, dragging breaths. Every now and then, a loose piece of metal on the roof would click as it shifted with the cooling night. When the video ended and I shut the TV off, the difference hit hard. 1 second, there was a voice telling me about someone else's nightmare. The next, there was nothing but the house and the wind and my own breathing. The silence here wasn't total. It was layered fridge, wind, a distant dog barking on some other property, the low ghost of highway trucks 5 or 6 miles away, but it felt like silence because there was no other human sound inside it. The next few days fell into a rhythm. In the mornings, I made coffee in the cheap Walmart pot, the smell curling into the kitchen and almost masking the damp scent that seemed permanently lodged along the baseboards near the basement door. I logged into work from my upstairs office, plug-in headset, answer calls, remote into strangers' computers in cities I couldn't see from my window. People cursed into my ear about routers dropping signal, about how they were losing money every minute their screen froze. It was strange, comforting, and surreal at the same time. To say, let's go ahead and restart your modem, while looking out at an ocean of corn that moved like water when the wind got strong enough. When my shift ended, I would mute the laptop, flip over to Discord, and spend a few hours gaming with friends back in Denver. They yelled into their mics about lag and bad teammates, while I watched my ping climb just enough to be annoying whenever the wind gusted and probably shook the line outside. They joked about me becoming a horror story. You're gonna get murdered by some guy in overalls and we won't even know. You'll just stop responding in raid chat. It was funny then. I slept on the old mattress in the main bedroom while I waited for my own bed to arrive, the first night. I lay awake and counted sounds instead of sheep, the repetitive tick of the ceiling fan when it swung just a little too far on one side, the small contracting clicks of the wooden walls as they cooled, the occasional pop from somewhere deep in the structure like a knuckle cracking, somewhere in the house. A pipe knocked twice and then quieted. That was when I noticed it for the first time, near the kitchen, where the door to the basement cut a dark rectangle into the wall. The tiles always felt a little cooler under my bare feet. I thought I was imagining it until I put my palm flat on the floor after mopping one afternoon. The rest of the linoleum was dry and faintly warm from the afternoon sun, but in a strip about a foot wide in front of the basement door. The floor was damp, just enough to darken the color, just enough to leave my palm feeling slick when I lifted it. I checked the sink. No leak. I checked under the fridge. Dry. I opened the basement door an inch and listened, but the dark smelled like wet concrete and old dust and nothing else. I told myself it was just old plumbing sweating condensation into the air and left it alone. At night, when everything was quiet and I got up to grab a drink, the kitchen had a different smell than the rest of the house. It wasn't strong nothing that would hit you when you walked in with the lights on and music playing. It only showed up when I stopped moving, killed every source of sound, and let the fridge hum be the loudest thing in the room. Then, if I took a breath near the basement door, there was a hint of something under the ordinary, a faint metallic tang, like the smell of coins in your hand if you rub them too long, or the air inside a hardware store's back room. It came and went, there and gone in the span of a breath, so light I could convince myself I had imagined it. When I shut all the lights off before bed and stood at the edge of the living room, the house held its breath with me. Only then, in those half seconds between my own heartbeats, did I hear another sound, softer than all the others. Tick, tick, tick. At first I thought it was the fridge or the cooling metal of the stove. But the more I listened, the more I could tell it was coming from below, not behind. From beneath the wooden boards, somewhere between the living room and the kitchen. A small, irregular dripping. Not water hitting water, there was no splash. More like something thin falling onto something solid. A tiny tap each time it landed. It would go for a few seconds, then stop. Then nothing but wind and appliances again. Old houses make weird noises, I told myself. You wanted old and cheap. This is what it sounds like. One night, in the middle of the week, a light rain moved through. It wasn't a full storm, just a passing band with soft drizzle tapping on the metal roof, turning the dirt outside into dark streaks. I was half sprawled on the couch, scrolling on my phone with some sitcom rerun playing, when I heard a different sound cut through the patter. A thump, heavy and sudden, followed by a low, rolling roll across the ceiling of the living room. Not the roof too low for that. It sounded like something had dropped directly on the plaster above me and then rolled until it hit a joist or a wall and stopped. I sat up, phone slipping in my hand. Another thump. Roll followed, a few feet over, like whatever it was had tried again and gotten a little farther. For a second, I pictured a bowling ball up there, shoved around by invisible hands. The rational part of my brain jumped in first. Squirrels, raccoons. Some animal had gotten into the crawl space and was freaking out in the rain. That made sense. That was normal. People in houses like this posted about that stuff online all the time. I had probably scrolled past videos of raccoons in attics more times than I could count. Still, I dragged one of the kitchen chairs into the living room and climbed up on it, pressing my palm flat against the ceiling. The plaster was cool and smooth under my hand. No bulges, no cracks, no discoloration, no hatch, no panel I had missed that would lead to some cozy attic space where critters could dance on my insulation. I knocked lightly. The hollow sound came back, dull and even. Whatever I had heard a few seconds before. The house was pretending very hard that it had never happened. Another drop of rain hit the roof, then another. The thump, roll, didn't return. I climbed down off the chair, feeling stupid, and put it back in the kitchen. It's an animal, I told myself, as if I needed to hear it out loud to make it true. Old houses. Remember old houses. Cheap rent. Weird noises. That's the trade. During the day, the trade felt worth it. A neighbor somewhere far off would start a lawnmower, and the sound drifted over the fields like a distant wasp. A tractor groaned out in a field. A dog barked at nothing. The house itself was quieter under the bright sky. The wood less inclined to shift and complain. But at night, when the engines cut off and the dogs went quiet and the sky turned black over an ocean of invisible corn, the soundtrack narrowed back down to just a few notes, the steady hum of the fridge, the low hiss of the wind combing over everything, and the occasional sharp little clicks as the structure expanded and contracted, and buried under those. When I stood very still near the kitchen and held my breath, the faint taps from below, like the house had its own leaking heartbeat somewhere under the floor. 1.3. First hint, someone left in a hurry. It was a Saturday afternoon when I decided I was finally tired of feeling someone else's grime under my feet. I had been living there long enough for my own routines to start sticking to the place. My coffee rings were on the counter now, not theirs. My socks were what collected the dust along the baseboards. My fingerprints were smeared on the fridge handle. But every time I stepped into the kitchen and felt that faint coolness along the floor by the basement door, I thought about how many hands had opened that same door before mine, how many people had stood in exactly that spot and decided, for one reason or another, to stay. So I bought one of those cheap yellow mops from Walmart, grabbed a bucket, and decided I was going to scrub the kitchen until it smelled like my cleaning products, not the house's memory. I started with the obvious counters, cabinet faces, the stove. Grease came up in gray streaks on the sponge, leaving behind clean strips of faded wood and laminate. The more I cleaned, the more it felt like I was erasing someone else. Their spills, their handprints, their burnt sauce. The place looked slightly brighter, even though the light wasn't any different. The fridge, though that was the big one, it had been against the same wall for so long that the floor around it was a slightly different color. When I bent down to look at the linoleum by the base, I could see where the edge had been for years, a clean rectangle of off-white surrounded by a darker border of life. I unplugged it. Its hum sputtered and died with a soft sigh and braced myself. The fridge was heavier than it looked. The old rubber feet protested as I rocked it forward and dragged it out. Inch by inch, the sound of plastic scraping against linoleum setting my teeth on edge. Behind it was exactly what you'd expect, and something I didn't. The expected part, a graveyard of dust bunnies, 2 bottle caps, a petrified macaroni noodle, and a single dried-out lime that had been flattened into something like a greenish coin. The wall outlet was stained around the edges, and the baseboard behind the fridge was darker than the rest of the wall, as if the house sweated back here. The unexpected part was what was stuck to the underside of the fridge itself. At first I thought it was just a crumpled takeout receipt. There was this off-white rectangle clinging to the metal lip at the bottom, half hidden in shadows. I reached for it automatically, frowned when it didn't just fall away, and had to peel it off with a little more effort than I liked. Something sticky along one edge gave way with a soft rip. It was an envelope, not pristine white, more the color of old teeth. It had gone soft on one side from years of moisture and dust. The paper wrinkled and buckled where it had sucked up whatever had spilled on the floor at some point. A corner of it had fused to the underside of the fridge, like someone had shoved it under there in a hurry and then pushed the appliance back before the glue was dry. There was handwriting on the front, in blue ink gone a little gray. A woman's name, a first and last name I didn't recognize, written in neat, rounded letters. Underneath that, in printed block type, was the address, my address, the house, the county road, the town. In the upper right corner, half smeared by time, was the logo of a utility company. Next to it, stamped in red, were the words, "Final Notice." A sick little thought surfaced. They send those right before they shut everything off, which meant whoever this envelope was for had gotten this warning at this address. And for some reason, instead of throwing it away or opening it like a normal person, they had chosen to shove it under the fridge. My fingers felt clumsier as I flipped it over and broke the seal. The glue gave way with a brittle crackle. There was only one thing inside, a small piece of lined paper, torn from a notebook, folded in half twice. When I unfolded it, I could see the tremor in the handwriting before I could even read the words. The lines wavered up and down, letters a little too tall, like the pen had been held in a hand that wasn't entirely steady. It said, "If this place ever goes up for rent again, do not move in." He doesn't always lock it. That was it. No greeting, no signature, no explanation. The ink had bled slightly in a couple of spots. turning small dots into tiny blossoms. Like maybe there had been moisture on the paper when it was written sweaty hands, or tears, or something else. The letters pressed hard into the page, deep enough that I could feel the indentations with my fingertip. My eyes jumped back to the words "ever goes up for rent again." The word "again" rolled around in my head like a marble. That. And he doesn't always lock it. He who lock what? The front door, the basement, the house, Carl. I looked at the envelope again. The date in the corner, part of the postmark, was still barely legible. Day, month, year. I did the subtraction in my head. Once, then twice to make sure. The envelope had been delivered 3 months before I moved in. 3 months. That meant whoever this note was for had been here not last decade. Not in some forgotten time when the house belonged to somebody else, but just one season before me. They had been here when the weather was different, when the fields outside were still winter stiff or just starting to green. They had lived here long enough to get a final notice from the power company. And then, sometime after that, they had written this and shoved it where only someone desperate enough to pull the fridge out would ever see it. It landed in my stomach like a stone. For a couple of seconds, I just stood there, envelope in one hand, note in the other, staring at the open space where the fridge had been. The rectangle of cleaner floor glared up at me, bordered by the grime of years. The wall back there looked a shade darker, like smoke stain or mold that had been painted over at some point. The kitchen seemed quieter than it had a minute ago. The fridge was unplugged, no longer humming, which left only the low rush of air from the vent and the faint murmur of the wind pressing against the outside of the house. I looked over at the basement door. It was closed, just like I had left it. The cheap brass knob caught a slice of afternoon light and flashed dull gold. There was nothing remarkable about it at that moment. Nothing overtly sinister. Just a door to a place the landlord had told me was full of junk and mold and no reason to visit. If this place ever goes up for rent again, I imagined the envelope's owner standing in this exact spot, holding that same piece of paper, listening to the same sounds filtered through these same walls. I imagined them deciding that whatever they had seen, or heard, or found here was important enough to try to warn a future stranger, and yet, instead of taping the note to the front door or leaving it on the counter, they slid it under the fridge and hoped someone, someday, might pull the appliance out and see it. That choice said a lot. If Carl was the he, they didn't want him to know they'd left a warning. If he was someone or something else, they hadn't wanted him to see it either. I moved around the kitchen in a kind of daze, suddenly hyper-aware of every trace of the person who had lived here before me. The small hook by the back door was bent downward, like someone had yanked a heavy coat off of it too hard, on the wall next to the stove. There were 2 strands of long hair stuck in the paint near where a calendar had once hung, fine and blonde, caught in a little glob of sticky tack. The edge of the counter by the sink had a shallow gouge in it, as if someone had slammed a mug down hard enough to chip enamel and wood in one blow. None of those things meant anything on their own. People live in houses. Houses collect scars. But with the envelope in my hand, with that shaky little note, every mark felt like part of someone's rush to get out a hook, broken as they ripped their jacket free. Hair caught as they grabbed at the wall. A mug slammed down when the power company envelope hit the table. The words, "Final Notice," staring up at them. The easiest story to tell myself was simple: some woman with anxiety, or worse, had moved out here, cut herself off from people, stopped paying bills, spiraled. The rent got cheap because the landlord was desperate to fill the space, and she left behind weird notes that had more to do with her mind than with the house. It was comforting to label it as that. A mental illness thing, a paranoia thing, something that lived in her and died when she left, instead of something that lived in the framework of the house around me. I folded the note back up along the existing creases, feeling the stiffness of the paper, the way it wanted to return to its small, tight square. I slid it back into the envelope and stood for a moment, looking from the writing on the front to the basement door and back again. Then I walked over to the nearest drawer, the one with the mismatched forks and the cheap knives that dulled after a week, and dropped the envelope in. It landed with a soft rustle against a tangle of rubber bands and soy sauce packets. I shut the drawer with a little more force than I needed to. I told myself it was just some crazy warning from someone who had lost their grip on reality. A story that belonged to them, not to me. I told myself I had work on Monday, a ticket queue that didn't care about strange women and handwritten notes and pronouns without names. I shoved the note into a drawer and told myself it was just some crazy warning. I did not realize back then that the only part they were wrong about was the word again. 2.1. The damp spot and the yard. A few days after I found the envelope, the damp patch in the kitchen stopped feeling like just another quirk of an old house and started feeling deliberate. At first, it was just that narrow strip in front of the basement door, cool under my palm like the house had a vein running there. I kept telling myself it was condensation, or a tiny leak I hadn't found yet. But every time I mopped, every time I dried it with a towel and checked it an hour later, the same section of floor would be darker than the rest, like the linoleum itself was sweating. One afternoon, the sun was coming in low through the kitchen window, throwing a bar of light straight across the floor. It was one of those rare, warm days between cooler winds, and the whole room felt like it had been sitting in a greenhouse. I had just finished doing dishes. The water had steamed the window, turning the outside world into a milky blur of green and gray. When I looked down, I noticed that the damp patch was bigger. It wasn't soaking, nothing dramatic, just slightly wider. The edges feathered out further toward the sink. It made an almost perfect line from the basement door to the cabinet under the sink, as if someone had dragged something wet along that path 100 times, leaving a ghost of its journey. I crouched down and pressed my fingers flat on the linoleum. The warmth from the sun vanished halfway across the kitchen, near the sink. The floor was pleasantly warm, closer to the basement door. The chill crept in so suddenly, it made the tiny hairs on my forearms stand up. The dampness wasn't just visual, it clung to my fingertips when I lifted them, a faint sheen of moisture that caught the light. I wiped my hand on my jeans and opened the cabinet under the sink. Dry pipes, no drips, no pooled water, no trails of mold. I checked behind the fridge again. Same graveyard of dust as last time. Nothing fresh, nothing shiny. It was like the damp didn't have a source. It just was. By then I couldn't pretend I wasn't thinking about the note in the drawer. He doesn't always lock it. My brain kept wanting to connect that sentence to everything in the house that felt wrong. Dampness, smell, sounds. I knew that was how paranoia worked once you had a shape in your head. Everything started to fit it, but knowing that didn't stop me. Eventually, I grabbed my phone and called Carl. He answered on the third ring, voice a little out of breath, like I'd caught him between tasks. I pictured him somewhere under a truck, wiping his hands on a rag before juggling his phone. Yeah, hey. "It's me," I said, giving my name and the address, just in case he had more than one property. "At the farmhouse. Listen, I think there might be a leak. The floor in the kitchen is always damp in this one spot, near the basement door. I can't find a source, but it's bigger than it was." He was quiet for a second. I could hear something in the background, metal on metal. A radio turned low. "It's an old house," he said finally. "They do that. Sometimes the slab sweats when the weather changes. Moisture comes up. Long as it's not standing water, you're fine. It's just weird that it's in a straight line." I said, "From the door to the sink. It's cold, too. Colder than the rest of the floor." Another pause. A sigh. "I'll swing by sometime and take a look," he said. "Make sure nothing's busted. Don't worry about it. Just keep it dry best you can. Sometime. Not now. Not soon." Comforting words that meant nothing at all. "Okay," I said. "Thanks." After I hung up, I stood there for a while, phone still in my hand, staring at the damp trail like it could answer questions if I stared long enough. It didn't. It just sat there, darkening the faux stone pattern of the linoleum, slowly reaching out toward the sink. Eventually, I gave up on trying to logic my way through old house bugs and decided to get some air. Up until then, most of my contact with the outside world had been through screens and windows. I'd seen the fields from my office, glimpsed the barn from the bedroom, but I hadn't actually gone out there. I told myself I was just stretching my legs. In reality, I think I wanted to not be directly over whatever was making the floor cold for a while. The back door stuck a little when I opened it, the weather stripping, grabbing the frame before letting go with a squeak the moment I stepped out. The wind met me head-on, carrying the smell of damp earth and cut grass. The rain from the night before had left the ground soft in places, my shoes sinking slightly into patches of mud between tufts of tall weeds. The yard wasn't really a yard. There was no fence, no neat little square of manicured lawn. There was just a vague oval of slightly shorter grass where someone, at some point, had probably pushed a mower in wide circles, then given up on the rest. Beyond that, wild growth took over tall, tough grass and scrubby plants that scratched at my jeans as I walked. The house's backside looked more tired than the front. The paint was more peeled here, strips hanging like paper curls. The back steps bowed inward a little, the middle board making a hollow sound when I tested it with my heel. To my left, not far from the back door, the basement's small ground-level window was half hidden by overgrown plants, its dirty glass reflecting only sky and weeds. Straight ahead, across the wild grass, stood the barn. Up close, it was smaller than it had seemed from the house, but it still had presence. The wood was gray and splintered, streaked where rain had run down for decades. The sliding barn door was half open, leaving a black wedge of interior visible. One of the door's metal tracks had rusted through, so the whole door hung a bit crooked, leaning away from its frame as if it were trying to abandon its job entirely. When the wind gusted, it slipped through cracks and holes in the barn siding, making a thin, hollow whoo sound that rose and fell like a breath caught in a throat. Somewhere on the barn roof, a loose sheet of tin responded with a sharp clack every time the breeze found it. I took a few steps toward it and then stopped, hit by something I couldn't name at first. The air felt thicker on this side of the yard, heavier. I thought it was just the way the wind swirled between the structures, until I noticed the ground, behind the barn, where the wild grass should have been uninterrupted. The earth had been disturbed. There were 3 long, narrow mounds, each one about as long as a person lying down and maybe half as wide. The grass there was shorter, patchy, flattened, like someone had dug shallow trenches and then hastily pushed the dirt back in. The recent rain had settled the soil more firmly, leaving faint dips along the top of each strip, small trenches where water collected in thin, murky lines. They didn't look like someone had buried a pet. They looked like what you sketch when someone asks you to draw a grave. For a stupid moment, I actually thought, maybe it's septic or drainage or something. I didn't know enough about rural plumbing to rule that out. People buried all kinds of functional things in their yards, not just bodies, but the placement bothered me. They were too neatly in a row, too consistent in size and spacing, not perfectly straight. Whoever had done it wasn't a machine, but close enough that the repetition sent a chill all the way up my back and into my scalp. I stood there, the barn to my left, the house to my right, the fields stretching out behind it all, and I realized that for the first time since I'd moved in, I felt genuinely aware of how alone this place was. There were no neighbors' voices, no kids playing, no car doors slamming nearby. If someone did anything out here, buried something, dragged something, screamed, there was a good chance no one would hear a thing. A gust of wind pushed past me and into the barn, and that thin sound rose again, more insistent this time. It was joined by something else, a subtle ticking noise from within the barn itself. At first I thought it was rain still dripping somewhere inside, but the sky overhead was clear, and the noise was too irregular, too dry. Tap, 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 like something small and hard, falling from one surface to another, a nail dropping from a shelf to the floor. Bits of gravel knocked loose, knuckles brushing lightly against wood. There was no water line going into the barn, no gutters overhead, nothing that should have been dripping. The smell hit me next, riding on a shift in the wind, a faint, sour, sweet rot. The kind you notice for half a second when you pass by a clogged dumpster in summer. It wasn't strong enough to gag, but it was strong enough that I knew it wasn't just old hay or mildew. I followed it with my eyes and saw. Off to the side near the tree line, a cluster of black trash bags piled sloppily by a sagging fence post. 4, maybe 5 of them, swollen and knotted at the top. The plastic turned dull gray by sun and grit. They were the industrial kind, the big, thick contractor bags. One had a tear near the bottom, and through it, something pale and soft bulged out, the color hard to judge from that distance. It could have been fat from a deer Carl had butchered himself. It could have been a piece of an old couch cushion. But when the wind shifted again, the smell sharpened for just a moment, a note of meat gone wrong. Rich and cloying and unmistakably organic. Something that had once been alive and now very much wasn't. I took an involuntary step back. This was farm country, I reminded myself. People threw away all kinds of things in heavy bags, animal parts, old food, trash from barns. Maybe Carl had cleaned out a freezer and hauled the garbage out here until he could burn it or haul it to the dump. Maybe he'd done it recently, and the animals hadn't found it yet. Maybe. The house behind me creaked as the wind leaned into it, siding giving a soft complaint. The barn door clacked once more on its broken track. That faint tap, tap noise inside continued on an irregular beat, with no visible cause. I stood there long enough for the hair on my arms to rise even though the air was warm. Something about standing between the 3 disturbed patches of earth and the bags by the fence made me feel like I had stepped into the middle of someone else's work. Like I was a witness to a project that wasn't meant to be seen midway through. Finally, I turned back toward the house. As I reached the back steps, my foot brushed against something near the bottom, an old shovel, half buried under tall grass, its metal blade stained and the wooden handle gray and splintered. It was leaning just so against the foundation, almost hidden from the door, but perfectly positioned for someone approaching from the barn to grab on their way inside. I picked it up, just enough to feel the weight of it, then set it back down where it had been. The metal rang softly against the foundation stone, a hollow clink that sounded too loud in the quiet yard. Inside, with the door shut, the house seemed to muffle the smells and sounds from outside. The rot and the wind and the barn's thin moan were replaced again by the familiar hum of the fridge and the whisper of air moving through vents. The damp spot in front of the basement door was still there, darker and wider than it had been, like the house had soaked up some of the outside and brought it in. For the rest of that day, every time I crossed the kitchen, I stepped around it without really meaning to. 2.2. Nightwalkers and the first almost break-in. The first time I truly felt like there was someone else in the house with me. I was naked, covered in soap, and half deaf from the shower. It was one of those nights where the sky was clear enough to see a scatter of stars over the fields, but the wind had decided to stick around. I could hear it pushing against the house as I wrapped up my late shift, that steady, low-pressure hiss that made the walls creak every now and then. My queue had been full of people on the East Coast yelling about routers, and by the time the last call ended, my head felt like it was stuffed with cotton and other people's frustration. I closed my laptop, let it go dark, and headed for the bathroom. The farmhouse bathroom was small and tired yellowed plastic tub, an old curtain with a pattern of blue flowers rubbed almost white in spots, a mirror speckled with tiny black dots where the silver had failed. The light above the mirror buzzed faintly, flickering once before settling into a weak, steady glow. I turned on the water and waited for it to warm up, listening to the pipes rattle and hum in the walls. When I stepped in and pulled the curtain shut, the rest of the house fell away behind that thin sheet of plastic. The water came down hard and loud, drumming against the tub and my shoulders, filling my ears with white noise. It was almost a relief to have all the other sounds drowned out. Almost. I had just worked shampoo into my hair when I heard it. At first, it was just a tremor under the water's roar, something that didn't sit quite right with the rhythm of the spray. A low creak, long and drawn out, like an old board bending under weight. It came from somewhere below me, and for a second, I thought it was just the house settling. Another one of those structural sighs I'd been cataloging. Then it came again, with a twin. Creak, creak, 2 in a row, separated by the same space of time, at the same volume and pitch, a pattern. Not random expansion, not a pipe adjusting. It sounded like the sound the living room floor made when I crossed it slow. Heavy footfalls on old wood, only now they were coming from directly beneath where I stood. As if someone was walking across the floor downstairs. Another step, another creak. The house had just enough give that I could feel the faintest vibration in the soles of my feet. Even through the tub, the water pounded against my skin, but under it, the rhythm was becoming unmistakable, a walk, unhurried. Each footfall waited. I froze, soap slipping down my shoulders in thick white streams. For a second, I just stood there with shampoo burning my eyes, one hand halfway to the wall, listening. The sound was wrong for someone just moving around downstairs. It didn't pace back and forth in the living room or pause and turn in the kitchen. It traced a line, slow and deliberate, starting near where the front door would be, then moving across the length of the house toward the base of the stairs. Creak. Pause. Creak. The pressure in my chest spiked. There's something uniquely awful about hearing footsteps in your house when you know you haven't taken any steps yourself. I tried to tell myself it was the wind shifting the structure. The gusts outside had been strong earlier. Maybe a particularly sharp one had made the joists flex. Maybe I was tired enough that I was hearing patterns where there weren't any. The water found its way into my nose while I was standing there, and I coughed, pulling myself back into my body. I reached for the faucet with a hand that was slick with soap and turned the handle. The sudden silence hit hard. The roar of the shower cut off, and in its absence, my ears rushed with a high, anxious ring. Water still dripped from the shower head. Slower now, each drip loud as it hit the tub. My own breathing sounded too big in the small room. The house, outside the thin bathroom door, was completely still. No footsteps, no creaks. Just the wind brushing against the siding and the faint, distant hum of the fridge downstairs, seeping up through the vents. I stood there for a handful of seconds, suds cooling on my skin, listening so hard my jaw hurt. Nothing. Whatever had moved, if anything had moved, was done. My brain started filling in its own explanations to patch the hole. Old wood, pipes, temperature shift. Long day. I grabbed the towel off the hook and wrapped it tight around my waist, my fingers fumbling with the edge. The cool air in the hallway hit the steam as soon as I cracked the bathroom door, pushing a small cloud past my ankles. The hallway outside was dark, except for a thin slice of light bleeding in from the bedroom where I'd left the lamp on low. Out here, the noise of the house came back in layers, the wind pushing against the long side of the building, the soft rattle of something on a shelf, the faint rush of air through an old vent. I stepped out, bare feet whispering against the worn carpet. Every hair on my arms raised. There's a particular vulnerability in walking around your own house in a towel, listening for someone who might not be there. The skin on my back felt exposed, like there was a red dot between my shoulder blades. I moved carefully down the hallway and to the top of the stairs. From there, I could see the shape of the living room below, washed in blue-gray light that seeped through the front windows. The front door was a darker rectangle within that frame, its brass knob catching what little light there was. I listened again. Nothing. No movement. No voices. The wind sighed along the siding and found a loose bit of trim somewhere, making it buzz lightly. I went down the stairs, one hand on the rail, the wood complaining softly under my weight. The living room smelled faintly of damp carpet and old dust. The TV screen reflected a ghost version of the room back at me, my own pale shape distorted in the plastic. The front door looked normal at first glance. The deadbolt was in place. The chain lock that I had installed on my first week was swung over and latched, the thin metal strip taut. But when I got close enough to reach for it, I saw the doorknob wasn't sitting in its usual position. It was angled just slightly downward, like someone had twisted it hard and then let it go before it fully sprang back. I put my fingers around it and felt the lingering coolness of metal that had been recently handled. The gap between the door and the frame wasn't flush, either. The wood was pulled just a hair away from the jamb, leaving a thin black slit running from the latch down to the threshold. When the wind pushed against the house in the right way, air slipped through that gap and produced a soft, continuous whoo sound, like a distant person whispering through their teeth. A pulse of cold went up my spine. My first thought, the instinctive, defensive one, was that I must have left it like that earlier that day. Coming back from Walmart or taking out the trash, I had failed to pull the door all the way closed. Maybe I had stopped paying attention halfway through the motion. Maybe I'd forgotten to turn the knob back when I locked the deadbolt. It was easier to believe I'd made a mistake than to believe that someone had stood right here, on the other side of my door, trying the handle while I stood naked upstairs. I opened the door a crack and peered out. The night beyond was nothing but darkness and the suggestion of the gravel circle where my car sat. The fields were invisible, all their detail eaten by the black. The only light was a glow far away from the town, bouncing off low clouds, a bruise of civilization on the horizon. The air that slipped in around me was cold and smelled like soil cooling under a clear sky. I shut the door and turned the knob until it seated properly, the latch clicking into place with a sharper sound than it had before. I slid the deadbolt out of habit, even though it had already been locked, and then slid the chain free and let it hang for a second. The emptiness on the other side of the door didn't change the fact that someone either past me or someone else had left it in a state where a little more force might have opened it. That night, after I dried off and put on clothes, I opened a browser window and ordered 2 more cheap locks, another chain, a sliding latch for higher up on the door, the kind that bolts into the frame. I added a simple door brace to the cart, one of those bars you can wedge under the knob. It felt like overkill for a place this quiet. In a town where Carl swore nothing ever happened, but the slight angle of that doorknob replayed in my mind every time I blinked. When the locks arrived a few days later, I installed them myself with a borrowed drill and a handful of mismatched screws. The door looked almost ridiculous when I was finished, bristling with hardware, but the idea of those extra layers between me and whatever might be outside made it easier to breathe. That night, when I closed the door for the last time, I did it slowly. I pulled it into the frame until the weather stripping kissed the jamb. Listening to the muffled scrape of wood on wood, the latch clicked. The deadbolt thudded. The chains slid into place, metal on metal. A little choir of reassuring noises. And then, as I put my palm flat against the old wood in a kind of unconscious test, I heard it. Tack. It was tiny. Not the creak of a board or the clatter of a loose hinge. A single, dry click from beneath the floorboards, almost directly under my feet, like a small object had shifted position on concrete below, or like someone lying very still had adjusted just enough to make a joint pop. It might have been the house flexing as the wind eased off. It might have been a pipe contracting, or it might have been the quietest kind of proof that whatever was moving around in this place wasn't always walking on the surface. 2, 3 scratches on the inside. A few nights after the shower incident, the house decided to remind me how much of my safety depended on things I could not see. It was sometime after midnight. I had stayed up too late again, cycling through the same 3 websites and half watching some dumb video on my phone. Outside, the wind had died down, and the farmhouse felt unusually still, as if the world had taken one long breath and held it. I was in the living room when the lights flickered. Not a full outage, just a sudden dip into dimness, like someone had put a hand over the sun for a second and then changed their mind. The lamp beside the couch flicked off, back on, off again, then steadied. The TV screen glitched to black and came back with a blue no-signal box floating lazily in the corner. I froze, phone halfway to my face. In the silence that followed, I heard the fridge in the kitchen wind down with a low whine, then kick back on with a shudder, somewhere in the walls. An old relay clicked. Old houses, I told myself. Rural lines. Someone probably hit a pole halfway to town. Still, there was something about watching your lights hesitate that makes your brain start pre-writing disaster scenarios. I got up, my shadow stretching long and crouched across the room as the lamp recovered. I told myself I was just doing a responsible check of breakers and outlets. What I was actually doing was avoiding going to bed while my heart rate was still high. I walked through the living room, fingers brushing the wall as I went, grounding myself in the texture of old paint. The hallway was a tunnel of shadow, the single bulb overhead casting a pale cone that left the ends dark. The bathroom, the stairs, the bedroom doors, all ordinary, all exactly where I had left them. The kitchen light seemed a touch weaker than usual when I stepped in. Maybe it was my imagination, or maybe the flicker really had offended the ancient bulb. The hum of the fridge sounded lower, more like a growl than a purr. My eyes went, automatically and unwillingly, to the basement door. Up until that point, I had treated that door the way you treat a coworker you do not like but have to share a break room with polite avoidance. I walked past it without looking, never stopped in front of it longer than the second it took to pass by. I kept my hand off the knob. It was easier to pretend it was just part of the wall. Tonight, though, the flicker had shaken something loose. The damp line on the floor, the envelope in the drawer, the almost open front door, they all felt like parts of the same sentence I had been refusing to finish. I found myself standing in front of the basement door before I had completely decided to. The bolt lock I had installed near the top, the simple brass slide you can shoot into a little catch, was latched, just like I always kept it. That had been my one concession to curiosity, if Carl didn't want me down there. Fine. But whatever was down there wasn't coming up without my permission either. I almost turned away. Then my brain finally caught up to what my eyes were actually seeing. The metal plate where the bolt slid into the frame was surrounded by fresh scratches. Not just the random, shallow scuffs that come from years of hands and keys and blunt contact. These were concentrated, clustering around the slit where the bolt disappeared into the catch. Thin, pale lines ran in short arcs from the opening, scored into the wood in desperate, repeated strokes. The paint around them was frayed and lifted, little curls of white and gray clinging to the edges like shredded fingernails. The metal itself had new wounds across it, shiny, raw gouges where something harder than paint had scraped. Hard enough to flash silver under the kitchen light. I leaned in, squinting. The pattern was wrong for something on my side. They didn't radiate from the knob outward, like you'd see if someone had fumbled with keys or hit it with a box. The marks aimed toward the bolt from the inside. If you imagined the door as a barrier, the scratches tracked the path of something trying to get close to the thin piece of metal that held it shut. Over and over, as if a narrow, hard object had been shoved up against it from the other side and dragged, hoping to pop it loose. My mouth went dry. For a stupid, spiraling second, I thought, raccoon. Some animal got down there and climbed up the stairs and tried to scratch its way out. It was easier to picture claws than fingers, but the lines were too straight, too parallel, and too high. And the texture of them, the way they sliced into wood instead of tearing fibers the way an animal claw would, told a different story. I raised my hand and let my fingertips hover over the worst of them. The grooves were deep, deeper than I wanted them to be, deeper than any casual contact could make. Something had focused on that spot, something with patience and leverage. I swallowed, and before I could talk myself out of it, I wrapped my hand around the doorknob. The metal was cold, not the kind of cold you get from air conditioning, but the kind that feels like it comes from inside the object. A chill that had been growing in the dark for hours and was now seeping into my palm. I tested it gently, more out of habit than intention. The knob turned halfway, then stopped dead. Not at the usual point where the latch would give. There was resistance before that. A thunk against something that wasn't supposed to be there. I tried again. A tiny bit more pressure. The wood around the latch moaned a long, thin eek, the sound of old material being asked to do something it did not want to. The door shifted in its frame by maybe the width of a credit card, then held. It didn't feel like a simple lock. It felt like there was something on the other side, either braced against it or wedged up against the base. Carl had mentioned junk in the basement, moldy boxes and old storage. Maybe something had shifted and fallen against the door, or maybe something had been pushed there. I let go of the knob, suddenly aware of how quiet the kitchen was around me. The fridge hummed like a living thing, somewhere deep in the structure. A floorboard creaked in a way that had nothing to do with footsteps and everything to do with time. My eyes dropped to the bottom of the door. The damp patch on the linoleum was at its darkest right there, hugging the threshold like a shadow. The air was cooler along the floor, raising a mild gooseflesh up my ankles. I crouched slowly, my knees popping in the silence, and squinted at the thin gap between wood and floor. At first, it just looked like dirt, dark, flaky residue scattered along the seam, as if someone had tracked mud across the threshold months ago and never swept properly. But when I touched it, the illusion fell apart. The stuff that crumbled under my fingertip was brittle, not grainy. It broke in thin, fragile sheets, giving way with a whispering crackle. The smear it left on the linoleum was brown-black, not the gray of common dust or the tan of dried mud. I brought my fingers closer to my face before I could convince myself not to. The smell was faint, almost erased by time and cleaning products and the cold air seeping through. But it was there, under everything else, that dull, metallic sweetness that our brains recognize before we can name it. The smell of a penny held too long in your fist. The ghost of something that had once been bright red and wet and hot. It was like touching the edge of a dried scab that had been soaked and dried again too many times. The linoleum around the threshold showed stains that no amount of mopping had fully erased. Faint halos radiating out from the line where the door met the floor. They were subtle, only visible when the light hit at the right angle, like shadows that refused to leave even when the object casting them was long gone. I wiped my fingers mechanically on a paper towel, then grabbed another and scrubbed at the residue until the spot on the floor was as clean as I could get it. The motion was too fast, too hard, like I was trying to erase the feeling as much as the substance. The scratches on the bolt plate watched me the whole time. In the back of my mind, a timeline began to assemble itself, clumsy and terrifying. Someone had lived here before me. They had gotten final notices from the utility company. At some point, they had written a note and hidden it, And at some other point, before or after, I didn't know something had stood on the other side of this door and raked at the lock from within. Hard enough to scar metal and wood. Carl had told me the basement was full of junk and mold. He had told me there was no reason for me to go down there. He had installed nothing more than a simple latch when he could have bolted it, boarded it up, sealed it off. I straightened slowly, my knees protesting, and looked at the door one more time. The knob, the scratches, the faint, dark halo along the floor. The house was very quiet. For the first time, it occurred to me that I might have the direction of the threat wrong. I had been acting like something wanted to get in, locking my front door, adding chains, bracing for strangers on the porch. I had been sleeping with my ears tuned to the gravel outside and the wind at the windows, but standing there in that humming kitchen, with dried, softened residue on my fingertips and gouges in the wood that pointed out, not in. The thought came, cold and clear. Whatever had been down there hadn't been locked in by Carl. It had been trying to get out. 3.1. The perfect storm. The night everything finally stopped hinting and started happening was the first real storm since I moved in. Up until then, the weather had mostly been wind and lazy showers. Drizzle tapping the metal roof like fingers on a table. That night was different. It started as a low grumble in the distance while I was still working, thunder rolling so far away that it sounded like someone dragging furniture across a floor in another house. By the time my shift ended, the sky over the fields had turned into one solid sheet of black. The last of the daylight disappeared without a sunset, swallowed up by clouds that seemed to sit right on top of the roof. The air got that heavy, electric feel, like the world was holding its breath, waiting. I logged out of the ticket system, shut my work laptop, and swapped the headset for my own headphones. It felt like a ritual. Company tab closed, Discord open, mouse clicking into a game lobby. I ordered a pizza from the only place in town that delivered this far out. They charged a stupid fee for extra distance, but I had decided that a hot box of grease arriving at my door in the middle of nowhere was worth a little financial pain. Outside, the wind picked up. The first real drops of rain hit the metal roof with soft plinks, scattered and tentative. By the time I was midway through my second match with my friends, they were hitting hard enough that it sounded like static turned up just a little too loud. I had never realized how loud rain could be until I heard it on that roof. The metal sheets turned into a drumhead, every drop slapping down and ringing out. It wasn't the gentle patter you get on shingles. It was a constant, insistent tat, 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 like 1,000 fingers rapping on a tin lid. After a while, it became its own kind of white noise, a rushing blanket of sound that covered up the smaller creaks and ticks of the house. Under it, the fridge hummed, steady as a heartbeat. The old AC unit cut in every so often with a cough and a low growl before smoothing out into a background drone. My computer's fans were working overtime, a soft whir at my feet. The combination was almost cozy in a weird way, like being inside the engine room of a ship. Every now and then, a car would hiss by out on the highway, a faint, wet swoosh that made it all the way across the fields. It was rare enough that each one felt like a reminder that the rest of the world still existed. Beyond my little island of light and white noise, lightning flashed sometimes, far enough away that there was a pause before the thunder hit a low, rolling boom that seemed to get closer as the night went on. The windows flashed pale for a second, then went dark again, the afterimage hanging in my vision like ghosts. The pizza arrived around 11. I heard the car crunch up the gravel, the quick patter of delivery guy feet on the porch, then 3 light knocks, normal, human knocks. I grabbed the box, mumbled a thanks over the rain, and brought it back inside, locking the door behind me. Grease and hot cheese cut through the smell of old carpet for a while. My friends yelled in my ears about strategies and bad plays, their voices tinny and distant compared to the storm. By 11:45, we were all starting to wind down. One of them logged off to deal with his kid. Another bailed for work the next day. I stayed in the call, half listening to the last guy rant about a new game update while I mindlessly clicked around the menus. I was almost comfortable. I decided to grab a refill on my drink before calling it a night. I pushed my chair back, the wheels rolling over the worn path in the carpet, and slipped my headphones down around my neck. The sudden change in sound was jarring. The game and Discord went from full volume to muffled, a faraway murmur under the rain's roar. Downstairs, the living room felt smaller than usual, like the dark pressed in closer to the edges of the lamp's light. The TV was off, its black screen reflecting the lamp and a ghost version of me. The sound of the storm seemed louder down here, the ceiling closer to my head, in the kitchen. I set my empty glass on the counter and reached for the fridge handle. The motor kicked, a subtle vibration moving through the metal beneath my fingers. Cold light spilled onto my face. That was when I heard it. 3 knocks at the front door. Not the light, quick rap of a delivery driver. Not the awkward stutter of someone unsure if they should be there. These were heavy and deliberate, spaced out, each one landing like a small impact you could feel through the floor. Thump. A breath. Just long enough to notice that the glass in my hand had gone completely still. Thump. The rain on the roof suddenly seemed quieter, my brain filtering it out to focus on the sound that didn't belong. Thump. I stood there with the fridge open, cold air pooling around my bare legs, my hand wrapped around the door like I had forgotten what it was for. The ice maker hummed softly, oblivious. "Dude, you there?" my friend's voice said faintly from my headphones, dangling around my neck. His words barely registered. I reached up and slipped them off completely, setting them on the counter. The moment the ear cups left my skin, the soundscape rearranged itself. No voices, no game, just the storm, the fridge, the AC, and the memory of those 3 knocks echoing in my head. The house felt like it was listening with me. Most of the time. You assume nobody is going to show up at your door in the middle of a storm in the country. Out here, people mind their business. They call first. They don't just materialize out of the dark and start pounding on a stranger's house. I wasn't going to open the door. That wasn't even a question. Carl's warning. You get anybody knocking after 10 p.m. You don't open was burned in my brain by then. But standing in the kitchen, I realized I wanted to at least know what kind of person was out there ignoring it. I moved toward the hallway, each step suddenly too loud on the old floorboards. The rain hammered the roof in a wild, uneven pattern above me, thunder rumbling somewhere out over the fields. The living room lamp cast a warm puddle of light that stopped a few feet short of the front door, leaving the entryway in a muted gray. I didn't turn on the overhead light. Some instinct I didn't want to examine too closely told me it was better if whoever was outside couldn't see me clearly. The only illumination near the door came from the porch light, a tired, yellow bulb in a rusty fixture, its glow seeping in around the edges of the frame and through the small pane of glass at the top. It painted the entryway in a nicotine-colored wash, smearing shadows along the walls. I swallowed. suddenly aware of my own heartbeat, and stepped close enough to press my eye to the peephole. The glass warped the view, turned straight lines into gentle curves, but there was no mistaking the shape standing on my porch. A man in a dark gray hoodie. The fabric soaked through so completely that it clung to his shoulders and arms. Water seemed to pour off him, trickling from the edge of the hood, running down his sleeves, dripping from his fingertips in regular patters. His head was down, chin tucked, so that the brim of the hood hid most of his face. All I could see at first was the pale line of his jaw and the dark stubble along it. The porch light glared off the wet fabric of his chest. Beyond him, the world was nothing but black and the shimmering ribbon of the dirt driveway catching the porch light, turned to a strip of slick mud by the rain. There was no car in the gravel circle, no headlights, no shapes on the road. Just him, alone, in the middle of all that water and dark. For a second, I just watched him. His shoulders rose and fell slowly under the wet hoodie, like he was breathing deep, steady breaths. His hands hung at his sides, fingers curled slightly in, dripping. A dozen explanations walked through my head. Lost driver, car stuck somewhere out on the road, neighbor I hadn't met yet, some drunk who had wandered too far. Then he raised his hand and knocked again. Even through the door, I could feel it more than hear it. His knuckles landed with a controlled force, not slamming, not frantic, just 3 measured hits that shook the wood in a way I recognized now that I'd lived there a while. Thump, thump, thump. Who is it, I called, voice sounding smaller than I wanted it to. My breath fogged the peephole for a second. I shifted my eye to the side, waiting. At first, there was nothing, just the storm raging around us, rain slamming into the porch roof and spilling off in sheets. The man didn't move. Water kept dripping off the front of his hood, dotting the boards. Then he lifted his head, just enough that I could see a little more of his face. His skin, where the porch light hit it, looked too pale in patches and too red in others, like he had been out in the cold for a long time. His lips were cracked, lined with dark splits. The stubble along his jaw was uneven, more like it had grown in while he was ignoring it than like he'd ever shaved intentionally. His eyes, shadowed by the hood, were still mostly hidden from me. I caught only the impression of something deep set, watching. When he spoke, his voice wasn't loud. The storm tried to swallow it, but somehow the words still reached through the wood. "Open up," he said. There was no please, no explanation, just those 2 words, plain and expectant. He paused, then added, in the same low, certain tone, "It's Carl's place, isn't it?" The sound of Carl's name coming out of his mouth hit me harder than the knocks had. Something about the way he said it familiar, like that name had been in his mouth many times before, made the temperature in my chest drop 10 degrees. I could have lied. I could have said no. Could have pretended I was some stranger or that I had no idea who Carl was. But my mouth moved before I could plan anything clever. "Carl's not here," I said. "You've got the wrong." I didn't get to finish the sentence. In the distorted circle of the peephole, the man took a single step backward, out of the porch light's strongest circle. His face slipped fully into shadow again, the brim of the hood hiding everything from the nose up. For a heartbeat, he just stood there, straightening to his full height. Then, without another word, he moved out of view. 1 second he was there, centered in the warped glass. The next, the peephole showed me nothing but the slick, shining boards of the empty porch and the black mouth of the night beyond. 3.2. Around the siding, into the dark. There is a particular kind of dread that only exists in the second after someone disappears from a peephole. As long as they are there, warped, distorted, too close you can track them. You know their exact position, one human, one door between you. The moment they step out of that tiny circle of glass, they could be anywhere. 2 feet to the left, 2 feet to the right, pressed flat against the wall. Staring at the knob, I stayed with my eye pressed to the peephole for a couple seconds after he vanished, hoping he'd step back into view, that this was some weird misunderstanding about Carl and he'd knock again. Apologize. Walk away where I could see him. Nothing. Just the porch boards gleaming dark in the rain and the yellow halo of the porch light flickering slightly as water pelted the glass. I held my breath and leaned my weight against the door, as if that extra few pounds of flesh and bone would make any difference if he decided to hit it. The storm swallowed most sounds, but after a moment, underneath the pounding on the roof and the sheets of water cascading off the eaves, I heard it crunch, a pause, then again, slightly farther away. Crunch. Crunch. It was the sound of wet shoes grinding gravel, not on the driveway, but on the narrow strip of stones that lined the foundation. The path that ran along the side of the house toward the back. Whoever he was, he hadn't gone back to the road. He was moving along the siding, hugging the house, where the porch light couldn't reach him. Instinct took over. I backed away from the door, heart punching against my ribs, and moved down the hallway on the balls of my feet. Every floorboard felt like a traitor waiting to squeal. I passed the living room lamp and flicked it off with a quick snap of my fingers. The house plunged into darkness so complete it was disorienting. For a second, all I saw was the rectangular afterimage of the TV stand and the ghost of the couch. Then, slowly, my eyes started to adjust. The only light came in thin strips through the windows, the soft, diffuse glow from town far away, and, every so often, the harsh white burst of lightning that lit up the fields in negative. I made my way into the office, the smaller bedroom where my desk faced the window that overlooked the side yard. The monitor was still on, a glass rectangle floating in the dark, and it threw enough light to paint my face an unhealthy blue. I crouched, slapped my hand around the mouse, and jabbed at the power button. The screen went black, erasing my reflection and leaving only the faint outline of my own shape in the glass. The rain hammered the window, streaking it with countless silver lines. Between them, in the dim light, I could see the ghostly silhouette of the man moving along the siding. He was closer now, maybe 10 or 15 feet out from the wall, walking slowly along the side of the house toward the back. One gloved hand was up, gripping the edge of his hood, pulling it low against the sideways rain. The other hand hung down at his side, but it wasn't empty. He was holding something long and dark, the shape broken by the curtain of water. In some flashes, it looked like a crowbar straight, with a slight bend near the end. In others, when lightning went off and turned everything into high-contrast black and white for a split second, it looked more like a shovel handle, the end widening into a darker smudge that could have been metal. He didn't look up at my window. He didn't turn his head. He moved with the plodding, measured pace of someone who already knew the layout and didn't need to check for landmarks. I eased the curtain down with 2 fingers until only a thin sliver of view remained. A vertical strip of night and water and his moving shape. My breath fogged the glass. I forced myself to inhale through my nose, slow and shallow. Then I went around the house, killing every light I could reach. Kitchen light off. The little lamp by the couch, off. Bathroom, hallway. Each click made the storm sound louder, the interior darker, until the only illumination was what the outside world forced through cracks and glass. Every flash of lightning turned the rooms into brief, overexposed snapshots of themselves: the couch, the pile of mail, the empty chair, all burned into my vision, a heartbeat at a time. I ended up back in the office, pressed behind the door where I could still see that thin slice of the side yard. The man's silhouette vanished from my view as he reached the back corner of the house. The storm filled the void he left. Water slammed onto the roof and gushed through the gutters like someone had turned the sky into a broken faucet. Thunder rolled overhead, closer now, making the window glass tremble with each boom. Then came the metallic squeak. It was faint at first. Buried under the rain, a high, strained noise from the direction of the back door. The sound of a door handle turning against resistance, metal grinding in a way it was not meant to. I knew that sound. It was the same that my own hand made when the lock stuck, cold months tightening the hardware. Only this time, I wasn't the one turning it. The squeak was followed by a deeper, more rhythmic clack, 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 like metal striking metal. In short, testing jabs. I pictured the long, dark object I had seen in his hand, wedged now between door and frame, prying, jamming, feeling for weaknesses. Each impact sent a faint vibration through the structure, a dull thud in the bones of the house. I grabbed my phone without taking my eyes off the window and slid down into a crouch behind the office door. My thumb found the side button, waking the screen, and the sudden rectangle of light felt like a flare in a cave. I cupped it against my chest, hunched over it to keep it hidden, and typed 911 with hands that didn't feel like they quite belonged to me. My thumb hovered over the call button, and for a second, the absurd thought flashed through my mind. What if I'm overreacting? What if he's just some drunk who thinks this is Carl's and he'll give up? Then the metal clacking stopped, and the house took a breath. I did not press the button before the next sound came. It started as a faint, strained creak from the kitchen, the kind of noise glass makes when too much pressure is applied to one point. At first, I thought it was my imagination, layering a soundtrack over the storm. But it continued, a high, whiny note under the bass of the thunder. The kitchen window over the sink. I could picture it thin pane, old frame, a small latch that had always felt more decorative than functional, a perfect weak point. The creaking escalated into a stuttering tick-tick-tick, like tiny fractures spidering out from a single impact. In my mind, I could see the cracks forming, branching out like pale veins. The hairs on my arms prickled as if I were standing right in front of it. My body moved before my brain could tell it no. I shifted just enough to see down the hallway, toward the vague, rectangular glow of the kitchen window. The rest of the house was a series of dark shapes. The storm flashed, and for 1 second I saw the silhouette of the fridge, the cabinets, the window over the sink, a pale, trembling rectangle fractured with hairline shadows. Then, with a sound that cut straight through the storm and pinned itself in my chest, the glass gave way. There was a split second of resistance, a strangled note. The window's last protest, then it exploded inward. A rain of glass that hit the counter like ice. The sound was all sharp edges, shards slamming into stainless steel with a metallic clatter, smaller pieces bouncing off the faucet and dropping into the empty sink with high, chiming plinks, The air seemed to fill with glittering fragments, each one catching a brief flash of lightning as they fell. I flinched hard, my heart slamming against my ribs as if trying to share the window's fate. The phone almost slipped from my fingers. For a heartbeat after, there was nothing but the echo of it in my ears, a frozen, ringing silence in which even the storm seemed to pull back. Then the night rushed back in, through the torn open space above the sink. The sound of the rain changed, became less distant. I could hear it hitting cabinets, splattering onto the floor, blowing into the room. Wind funneled through the broken frame, carrying with it the smell of wet earth and something else, colder and sharper. I pressed my back against the wall behind the office door, forcing myself to breathe slowly so I wouldn't start gasping into the phone. My thumb finally moved, heavy and clumsy, and hit the call button. As it started to ring, I heard the wet slap of boots on linoleum from the kitchen. He was inside. 3.3. The wrong direction, the 911 operator picked up on the second ring. 911, what's your emergency? My throat felt tight, like I'd swallowed a fist. I forced my voice out in a whisper, barely louder than the storm. There's someone in my house, I said. He broke the kitchen window. He's inside. Okay. Stay on the line with me. Are you in a safe place? I'm upstairs, in a bedroom, doors closed. I lied. I was actually crouched behind the office door, halfway down the hall. But upstairs, door closed sounded more responsible, more like I wasn't kneeling 20 feet from where a stranger was dragging rain into my kitchen. What's your address? She asked. I gave it. The numbers tumbling out faster than I meant them to. Is the intruder still there? I can hear him. I breathed. He just came through the window. Please, a sound cut across my words. Crunch. Not glass falling this time. Glass being stepped on. Wet soles grinding against a floor now littered with shards. There was a wet squelch mixed in the sound of rainwater following him inside, soaking into old linoleum. Sir, are you still there? The operator asked. Her voice was steady, practiced, completely detached from the fact that my entire life felt like it was balancing on the next few seconds. I didn't answer right away. Every molecule in my body was focused on the sounds downstairs. His footsteps were careful, but they weren't trying to hide. I could hear the crunch, crunch, crunch of glass under his boots as he walked a few steps into the kitchen. Paused, adjusted his footing. The storm filled in the gaps, wind forcing water through the broken window in bursts. I pictured rain splattering the countertops, dripping off the faucet, pooling on the floor where he stood. He stopped moving. The house went tight and still, like a held breath. I could almost feel him listening, head tilted, ears tuned to the same frequencies as mine. The hum of the fridge, the rattle of the AC, the distant rumble of thunder. Any sound out of place would give me away. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth to keep my teeth from chattering. I didn't dare breathe through my nose too loudly. Sir, the operator said again, I need you to stay with me. Officers are on their way. Can you tell me where in the house he is? I let out the smallest possible exhale. Kitchen, I mouthed first, then realized she couldn't see me. He's in the kitchen, I whispered, lips almost brushing the phone. I heard him step on the glass. I'm upstairs. I don't think he's seen me. Okay. Stay where you are. Do not confront him. Is there anyone else in the house with you? No. Just me. Please hurry. I shifted my weight a fraction, enough to bring my eye close to the narrow gap between the office door and the frame. From that angle, I could see a slice of the hallway, then a bit of the stairwell, and beyond that, the edge of the living room. I waited for the next logical beat in the sequence glass. Steps, pause, then the slow creak of the first stair as he began to climb. He did not move toward the stairs. The crunch of glass started again, but this time it wasn't coming closer to the hallway. It was moving sideways, deeper into the kitchen, away from the front of the house. He was heading toward the interior wall, toward the basement door. A part of me wanted to believe he was just lost in the layout, feeling his way around a strange house. But the way he walked, measured, unhurried, didn't sound like someone groping in the dark. It sounded like someone following a path they'd traveled before. Metal rattled softly, then gave a small, precise click. Not the clumsy jangle of a stranger trying locks for the first time. Not the scraping struggle of those desperate scratches I had seen in the wood. This was a lock being dealt with by someone who knew exactly how much pressure to apply and where. He had found the bolt on the basement door and slid it back in one smooth motion. I realized, with a new, ice-cold dread, that Carl hadn't been the only one who knew about that lock. The sound of the door opening was a long, slow rake. Wood dragging over old paint. Hinges complaining after being asked to move more than they were used to. The noise climbed up through the bones of the house, vibrating faintly under my feet. The storm roared on overhead, indifferent. "Sir, can you tell me what's happening now?" the operator asked. Her voice sounded very far away. "He's at the basement door." I breathed. My teeth almost clicked against the phone. "He just opened it." "Is he going downstairs?" she asked. The question hung there for a moment, because my brain did not have a template for this. I expected him to go up. That's what home intruders do in the stories you hear. They come for you. They come for the people sleeping in their beds, the jewelry, the TV. They move toward the center of the living space like a virus traveling to vital organs. He did not. The next thing I heard was the hollow thud of boots on wooden steps. But the sound was wrong for someone descending in search of loot. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't exploratory. It was transactional, functional. Each step landed with the solid thud of weight shifting downward, followed by a dragging scrape, like something heavy was brushing against the risers or the wall as he moved. Thud, scrape, thud, scrape. I pictured the long object I'd seen in his hand bumping the stairwell, or something else, bulkier, being hauled along. The noises sank, dropping into the belly of the house, until they were more vibrations than audible sounds. The open basement door drank them in. Then came a different noise entirely, a sharp, metallic clatter, like thin steel against chain. It echoed oddly, bouncing up from below through the hollow spaces between the joists. A rattle, a drag, a soft jangle cut short. The sound you'd expect from chains being moved along concrete or wrapped around something. The operator was saying something, asking if I could get out. If there was another exit I could use, but her words slid right past me. I was listening to something I should not have been able to hear. Under the rustle of movement and the occasional thud, there was a different sound, a deeper one. It came in pulses, like someone striking the underside of the house with a heavy fist. Bang! The floor under my feet flinched almost imperceptibly. I felt it more in my bones than in my ears. A pause. Bang. The second was a little louder. Not on the stairs this time. It felt like it came from further in, under the living room, transmitted through beams and support posts. Another pause, a tiny, electric stretch of silence in which my breathing sounded offensively loud. Bang. 3. Evenly spaced, like the knocks on the front door. Only these were from inside the structure, somewhere below where I knelt. It wasn't the intruder announcing himself. At least, it didn't sync with his movements, his steps, his scrapes. The rhythm was wrong. He was doing something down there, and whatever answered in those 3 strikes was not his hand finding a pipe by accident. "Sir, I need you to tell me what's happening," the operator insisted. "Can you safely exit the house? Is there a window you can use?" My mouth felt dry, my tongue clumsy. "There's something in the basement." "Is that where the intruder went?" she asked. "Yes, but he's not." The words felt like they didn't fit together right. "He's not looking for me. He went straight down there. Like he knew. Like he came here for that." Another thud. Scrape from below, followed by the chain noise, the impression of dragging weight. The storm hissed through the broken kitchen window, carrying fragments of sound up the open stairwell. I thought about the scratches around the bolt, the way they had all been aimed at the lock from the inside. I thought about the dried, flaking residue at the base of the door that had crumbled under my fingers like old blood. Whatever had been down there, at some point, had not been a box or a broken appliance. It had not been a stack of old newspapers or a family of raccoons. It had been something that could scratch and reach and bleed. And now, above it, accompanying it, was a man who had walked through a storm without a car, broken into my house, and bypassed everything of value to go directly to where it was. The 3 hollow bangs came again, this time fainter, as if traveling through more distance. They weren't in time with his steps. They weren't requests. They sounded like a signal or a response, the kind of pattern you build with someone when words either aren't an option or have stopped being useful. "Officers are en route," the operator said. "Do not go downstairs. Stay where you are. Stay quiet." I almost laughed at the absurdity of the instruction. Going downstairs was somewhere beyond the last thing I ever wanted to do. I stayed kneeling behind the office door, the phone warm against my ear, the storm pounding above, and listened to the intruder and whatever was waiting down there in the dark conduct their business beneath my house. That was the moment it finally sank in that this wasn't a robbery. The man in the hoodie hadn't come for my TV. He hadn't come for my wallet or my computer or even me. He had come for something the house had been keeping below it. And the worst part was realizing that, between the scratches and the stains and the note under my fridge, it had been down there long before either of us arrived. 4. 1. Flashing lights and empty rooms. The sirens started as a thin, uncertain wail somewhere beyond the fields. At first I thought it was just the storm, wind catching some far-off metal structure and making it sing. But then it grew clearer, splitting into 2 distinct pitches, the kind of warble you only ever hear from vehicles that show up when something really bad has already happened. The 911 operator's voice shifted when she heard it, her professional calm sharpening at the edges. "Okay. I hear them. They're close. Stay where you are. Do not approach the intruder." "Do you still hear him?" I didn't answer right away, because the second I saw the faint smear of red and blue start to strobe against the tops of the corn, another sound cut through the house. From below, under my feet, came the sudden pounding of boots on wooden steps. Not the slow, measured thud I'd heard when he went down. This was urgent. Weight hitting each step hard enough to make the floor above it shiver. Thud, 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 thud. The sound raced upward, up from the deep hollow where the chains had rattled and the banging had boomed. The open mouth of the basement doorway gulped up what little light there was, and in my mind's eye I saw him barreling up out of it, hands maybe not empty anymore. The basement door slammed, a flat crack that made me flinch and dig my nails into the phone. The walls seemed to flex outward, the air in the hallway jolting with the impact. Then came the sharp skid of rubber on wet linoleum, like someone losing their footing for half a second near the broken window. Glass still on the floor sprayed tiny shards as his boots hit it. A quick, splintering staccato that bounced off the tile and the metal of the sink. The storm outside swallowed everything else. For 2, 3 heartbeats. All I could hear was water battering the roof and crashing through the ruined kitchen window. The low growl of thunder pacing overhead, like something huge stalking the sky, then nothing. Not quiet in the normal sense. The house was still loud with weather and appliances and the creak of its own tired bones. But the one layer of sound that had been their human movement was gone. No more boots, no chains, no doors, no second presence below the floor. Just me, the storm, and the distant sirens growing louder. Sir, the operator said. Is he still inside? I swallowed. I don't know. I managed. I heard him run up. The basement door slammed. I think he went toward the kitchen. Then, nothing. I don't hear him now. The sirens swelled, the sound wobbling as the vehicles hit the gravel road. Their lights splashed against the window blinds in frantic strokes of red, blue, turning the walls into a pulsing bruise. The cornfields outside, what I could see of them through gaps in the curtains, flashed those same sick colors. Tall stalks strobing like an audience at some nightmare concert. Officers are there, she said. Do not hang up until they're with you. Headlights swept across the front windows, washing the living room in a wash of harsh, white light before moving on. I heard tires grinding in the wet gravel circle, doors flying open, radios cracking to life with clipped, coded bursts of speech. Sheriff's Department, a voice bellowed over the rain. Closer now. If anyone's inside, call out. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, and finally peeled myself off the wall. My legs were pins and needles as I pushed open the office door and stepped into the hallway. It felt wrong to walk upright, like I was exposing myself to something I couldn't see. I moved toward the stairs, the phone still to my ear, at the top. I stopped and looked down. The front door was wide open, security chain hanging limp, water slapped against the threshold, blown in by the storm. The foyer was a slick blur of reflections, red and blue lights streaking over wet floor. A flashlight beam cut across the living room, slicing through the dark like a physical thing. It swept over the couch, the TV stand, then swung up toward me. The glow hit my face and chest, bright enough to make my eyes clamp shut. Hands where I can see them, a man barked. I threw my free hand up automatically, the phone still clenched in the other. I called. I shouted back, voice cracking. I'm the one that called. Another light joined the first, and under it I could see the outlines of 2 deputies in heavy rain gear, water shining off their hats and shoulders. One of them kept his flashlight trained on me while the other moved toward the stairs. It's okay, the dispatcher said in my ear. Those are the officers. You can hang up now. I ended the call and slipped the phone into my pocket with fingers that didn't quite feel like mine. Come on down, nice and easy, the deputy said. his tone a notch softer now. "We're gonna take you outside." I came down the stairs with the same shaky care you use when your legs are half asleep. The closer I got to the bottom, the more of the house I could see. The living room looked both exactly as I'd left it and completely alien, warped by emergency lights and flashing reflections. One deputy reached the base of the stairs and took my elbow, guiding me toward the open front door. The other peeled off toward the back of the house, flashlight beams sweeping. Outside, the world was chaos. The rain was still coming down hard enough to bounce off the hood of the patrol cars, blurring everything beyond a few feet into a smear of vibrating colors. Two cruisers sat nose out in the gravel circle, light bars shrieking red and blue into the sky. The cornfields on either side of the driveway glowed and darkened on a beat. Tall stalks shifting in the wind like walls of dark seaweed. The deputy who had hold of my elbow steered me toward one of the cruisers and opened the back door not to put me in, but to get a blanket off the seat. He wrapped it around my shoulders, the scratchy fabric instantly heavy with water. "Tell me what happened," he said. He was younger than I expected, maybe mid-30s, jaw shadowed, rain dripping off the brim of his hat. His voice had that local tilt to it, vowels flattened in a way that marked him as someone who'd grown up no farther than 2 towns away. I tried to give him a timeline. Storm, Knox, the man in the gray hoodie, the way he asked for Carl, the circuit along the siding, the back door, the kitchen window, the basement. When I mentioned the basement, one of his eyebrows twitched, but he didn't stop writing on the little pad he'd pulled from his pocket. The ink smeared slightly when a raindrop hit the page. Behind him, the other deputy moved through the house like a beam of light in human shape, flashlight cutting across windows and walls. I watched his glow disappear into the kitchen, then saw it flash brighter as it hit the broken window. The storm's noise poured through that open wound in the house, louder now that I was hearing it from the outside too. "Did you see any weapons?" the deputy with the pad asked. I saw something in his hand when he was walking along the side. Long, dark. Could have been a crowbar or a shovel. I don't know. I didn't stick around to ask. "Good," he said. "You did the right thing calling. We'll clear the residence, then we'll have you walk through with us. See if anything's missing." The idea of walking back into that house, flood of adrenaline or not, made my stomach lurch, but I nodded anyway. What else was I going to do? From inside came the sound of boots on old hardwood, heavy and authoritative in a way the intruders had never been. Drawer fronts thumped, doors swung open and shut. They called out occasional, clear S to each other, their voices bouncing down the hallway. The glass is busted out over the sink. The second deputy called back. "Doors wide open. Looks like somebody slipped in and out pretty quick." "Basement," my guy shouted. "Flooded down there," came the reply. "Mold City. Couple boxes, some old pipe, nothing else. I'm not waiting the whole way in this getup." He came back into view, shaking his head slightly, and stepped back out onto the front porch. The beam of his flashlight swung down the hallway again, as if to confirm what he already knew. "No sign of anyone still here," he said when he reached us. "Door in the back's open. Tracks stop in the mud about 20 feet out, then nothing. He probably cut across the field." "Any vehicles?" my deputy asked. Flipping a page, he shook his head. "No fresh tire marks except ours. Just your landlord's old ruts and some from delivery trucks." They traded a look, silent communication passing between them. "Most likely some drifter," the younger one said, turning back to me. Maybe someone tweaking. These storms draw him in sometimes. They walk the road, see a light, see a house. You had your lights on. I turned them off when I saw him. I said, but yeah, before that. Yeah, there you go. He nodded like that explained everything. Probably realized someone was home, got spooked when he heard us coming, and bolted. They like cornfields. Easy to disappear. Hard for us to chase in the dark. He said it like he'd done this speech before. Like there was a script for rural break-in with nothing taken but your sense of safety. They're gonna have a dog out in the morning, the other deputy added. More for his partner than for me. Take a run through the fields, see if he left anything behind. You might have some extra boots in the yard, handprints, that sort of thing. They walked me back inside, careful of the shards around the threshold, and did the promised walkthrough. The kitchen was a mess. The window over the sink was a jagged mouth now, only fragments of glass still clinging to the warped frame. Rain blew in through the opening, dripping down the cabinets in thin, gleaming streaks. The stainless steel sink and counter were glittering with shards, tiny triangles and slivers that caught the flashlight beams like ice. The floor near the sink was splotched with muddy footprints, dark arcs where wet boots had shifted. The fridge still hummed. The overhead light still burned, its old yellow glow making everything feel more obscene than it had in the dark. Near the basement doorway, the damp patch had been expanded into a full-blown smear. Water and mud tracked almost to the threshold. The door itself was shut now, the bolt pushed back into place in a way that made my stomach twist. I hadn't done that. How's he getting through that? The second deputy muttered, running his light over the scratches around the lock. Cheap little bolt like that. Probably just pushed it up with whatever he had. The younger one said, "These old doors'll give if you look at 'em wrong." He called basement to his partner and angled his flashlight down as he pulled the door open. The smell hit us first damp concrete, old wood, that sour, fuzzy scent of advanced mold. The beam reached a few yards into the darkness, painting a narrow staircase, stained walls, the beginning of a cluttered floor. "Flood down there," the second deputy said again over his shoulder. "Standing water, looks like. I'm not risking a fall for a phantom meth head." He swung the door shut with a decisive thump. The scratches on the inside edge caught the light one last time before they disappeared. Back in the living room, nothing looked disturbed. TV untouched, couch cushions still slightly dented from where I'd sat earlier. My controller on the coffee table, just where I'd dropped it. Upstairs. The office and bedroom were as I'd left them, except now they had muddy boot prints on the carpet leading up and down the stairs. After they'd scanned everything, asked me to check for missing items, and taken my statement, the storm had finally started to ease. The rain softened from a roar to a heavy patter, and the thunder rolled farther away, grumbling. The blanket around my shoulders was more wet than warm by then. They stood in the living room, radios occasionally crackling with distant chatter, and went over the basics one more time. Lock your doors. Call if you see anything suspicious. He's probably long gone. Could be someone passing through on foot. Could be some local kid off his meds. "When's your landlord usually around?" the younger one asked. "Hard to say." I answered. "He lives in town, I think. Comes by when things break. Sometimes we'll let him know about the broken window," he said. "He'll want to board that up sooner than later," as they started to wrap up. I drifted toward the hallway, half listening. At least this one called. The second deputy said, voice dropping just enough that I knew I wasn't exactly supposed to hear it. "Last girl just disappeared." The words slid into my ears and lodged there like glass. I turned. "What girl?" I asked before I could stop myself. They both went a little too still. The older one's jaw tensed. The younger one glanced at him, like a kid checking a parent's face before answering a stranger. "We've had calls out this way before," the older one said eventually, his tone suddenly bland and official. "Old place, long road, lot of opportunity for weirdos. Was another tenant who left in a hurry. Don't worry about it." "Left in a hurry," I repeated, "or disappeared." He looked past me, toward the broken kitchen window, like the storm was suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. "We don't need to get into that tonight," he said. "You've had enough excitement. Get that window taken care of. Keep your doors locked. Maybe think about some cameras. We'll have extra patrols swing by the road for a bit." He clapped my shoulder once, too hard to be comforting. They left me with a half-used roll of bright yellow police line tape, a handful of paperwork, and the promise of a case number to call with questions. Then they stepped back out into the wet night, radios squawking as they checked in with dispatch. The sirens died down to silence as they pulled away, the red and blue pulses receding into the distance until the only light left in the yard was the feeble porch bulb, flickering behind rain-spotted glass. Inside, the house felt bigger and emptier than it ever had. Every room they'd swept now felt like an empty stage after the actors had left. Props still in place, curtains still drawn, but no one behind them. The broken window whispered in the kitchen. The basement door sat shut, bolt in place, scratches hidden in shadow, and somewhere in the small drawer beside the stove, the envelope with the woman's name and the words "Final Notice" on it lay quietly under a pile of takeout menus, as if it had been waiting to hear someone mention the last girl out loud. 4.2. Carl's calm and the smell he pretends not to notice. Carl showed up the next morning like he was stopping by to drop off a toolbox, not check out the scene of a home invasion. I heard his truck before I saw it. The old engine announced itself at the far end of the overgrown lane, a low, uneven rumble that grew louder as it bounced along the ruts. By the time it pulled into the gravel circle, I was standing at the front window, coffee mug in hand that I wasn't actually drinking from. The truck was exactly what you'd picture: faded red, patches of rust along the wheel wells, a dent in the front bumper that looked like it had been there since the Clinton administration. When he killed the engine, the sudden silence made the house's internal sounds surge forward: the fridge, the faint wheeze of the AC, the wind sliding over the roof. He climbed down from the cab with the same slow, easy movements I remembered from the first day I met him. Jeans, work boots, ball cap with a seed company logo, jacket thrown on but unzipped. A cigarette clung to the corner of his mouth, unlit, like he couldn't yet decide if starting his day with a fire stick at a crime scene was in poor taste. When I opened the door, he looked past me immediately, eyes jumping to the kitchen like he had a checklist in his head, and broken window was the first item. "Damn," he said, stepping in and stamping his boots on the mat. "What a mess." It sounded like something you say when a storm knocks over a trash can, not when some stranger crawls through your tenant's window in the middle of the night. He walked straight to the kitchen, his own boots crunching lightly on the remaining bits of glass I hadn't managed to sweep yet. The window over the sink was a ragged mouth, now covered with a sheet of cloudy plastic I'd taped up in a half-awake panic after the cops left a temporary barrier between me and the field. Rain had stopped sometime before dawn, but the world still looked wet. Water clung to the plastic, beaded in irregular shapes, catching what little light the morning bothered to give. "Cops say he came in this way," Carl asked, flicking the plastic with a knuckle. It snapped back with a little thwop that echoed unpleasantly in my chest. "Yeah," I said. "They think he pried it, broke it with something. They didn't find him." He nodded like that was the weather report. "Well," he said, "could have been a whole lot worse. You're not hurt. Nothing's missing. Far as I can tell. Then we're lucky." The word "we" landed strangely on my ears. "I'll board this up proper. Get a new pane in by the end of the week. Maybe. Meanwhile, we'll throw some heavier plastic over it. I'll swap your locks, too. Maybe add a deadbolt or two. Knock a little off next month's rent so you don't feel like the universe is completely out to get you." He said it briskly, like he was trying on the role of sympathetic landlord, but hadn't had enough rehearsal time. "You're taking this really calmly," I said before I could stop myself. He glanced at me, cigarette still unlit, moving a little as his mouth twitched. "It's not my first broken window out here," he said. "Not my first time cops got called either. You live far enough from town. Weirdos think they can pass through without anyone noticing. It's why I tell tenants not to open the damn door after dark." He said it in the same tone he'd used when he'd first mentioned that rule, like he'd gotten used to repeating it and hated that he had to. He set a worn leather tool bag on the counter, the sound muffled by the plastic and glass grit, as he dug around for tape and a thicker roll of sheeting. I watched him move around the kitchen. He seemed at home. Too at home. He knew exactly where to stand so the light hit his work, exactly how hard to pull on the tape so it stretched without snapping. He swore under his breath at the old frame like he and the house had been in arguments before, and every time he passed near the basement door, something in his body language shifted. He didn't look at it. That was the first thing I noticed. His gaze tracked the counter, the window, the sink, the floor, but every time his field of view would have naturally passed over the basement door. It seemed to skip, like a scratched CD track jumping ahead a second. The second thing was his nose. He was good at pretending everything was fine. His voice stayed level, his shoulders stayed loose. But when he drifted close to the door, within that few-foot radius where the damp spot on the floor was darkest, his nostrils flared just a little. The upper edge of his lip tensed, the kind of unconscious reaction you have to a smell you already know too well. The smell itself was different now. Before, the kitchen had carried that faint, metallic tang under everything else. The kind of background odor you had to stand still and breathe slowly to notice. Today, it was sharper, more complicated. There was still that iron sweetness, but it was braided now with something sharper and artificial bleach. It stung the back of my throat when I inhaled too deeply. The combination was wrong in a way that made my skin itch, like someone had tried to scrub something out of existence and only managed to smear it around. "You clean in here this morning?" Carl asked at one point, his voice casual. I wiped up the glass I could. I said, "Used some spray, that's it." He nodded. "Eyes on the plastic, old pipes, damp air," he said. "Basement down there likes to grow things. Sometimes I bleach it. Smell sticks around." He said basement without actually looking at the door. His hand came up to adjust his cap instead of reaching for the knob. "Can I ask you something?" I said. My voice sounded thinner in my own ears than I wanted it to. "Long as it's not, can I pay rent in Xbox points?" "The cops," I said. "Last night. One of them said something before he remembered I could hear. About a last girl." For a second, Carl acted like he didn't hear me at all. He kept smoothing plastic, pressing tape into the frame with his thumb. Then he exhaled, a slow, tired sound. "Yeah," he said. "There was a girl here before you. Rented it for a bit." "What happened?" I asked. He shrugged, shoulders rising and falling under the worn denim of his jacket. "She left," he said. "Couldn't handle being out here. Isolation gets to some people. City types come out thinking they want quiet, then realize quiet means every little sound gets 10 times louder in your head." She stopped answering my texts. Then I came out one day, and she was gone. Left a couple things. I boxed them up. Sheriff did a welfare check. Said she probably went back home. "You just found the house empty?" I asked. "Like she'd vanished." He set the roll of tape down a little too hard. It rattled against the counter. "Look," he said, turning to face me fully for the first time. His eyes were a washed-out blue, the whites a little yellowed. "People leave. People ghost landlords. Happens more than you'd think. Cops gotta dramatize it because they're bored. If there was something to worry about, they'd have told you instead of telling spooky campfire stories at your front door." I thought about the envelope I'd pulled from under the fridge. "If this place ever goes up for rent again, do not move in. He doesn't always lock it." I thought about the word again and the way the deputy's voice had dipped when he said last girl just disappeared. "If she left so fast," I said slowly. "Why'd she leave her mail, final notices? Even..." His jaw flexed. For a second, some of the friendliness slipped off his face, leaving something harder and tired underneath. "She wasn't the most organized person," he said. "I told you she had trouble handling things. Missing payments. Letting stuff pile up. I took over what I could. Cleaned up the rest. That's what I do. I keep the place going." He leaned his hip against the counter, too close to the basement door for my comfort. The smell of bleach and metal seemed stronger there, like it was seeping up through the floor. "I'm not trying to scare you off," he added, softer. "You pay on time. You're quiet. That's rare. What happened last night was bad luck. Some idiot saw a light in the middle of nowhere and thought it meant free stuff. We'll make the place harder to get into. You'll get used to the sounds. You'll be fine." He said it like he needed me to believe it for reasons that had nothing to do with my well-being. He finished double layering the plastic over the window and made a show of tightening screws on the door locks, installing a new deadbolt above the old one. Every time his drill bit whined against the wood, the vibrations ran straight down into the floor. It felt like knocking on a coffin lid. Before he left, he stood in the kitchen for a moment, looking around like he was trying to see the house the way I saw it. His gaze skimmed the damp patch, the taped window, the bolted basement door, the muddy prints the deputies hadn't entirely wiped away. "You'll call if anything else happens," he said. Not a question. "Yes," I said. He gave me a brief, almost apologetic smile, then walked out. The door shut behind him with a soft thump, and a second later I heard his boots on the porch, then the truck door, then the engine grinding back to life. I watched from the front window as he backed out of the gravel circle and disappeared down the lane. When the sound of his truck finally bled into the general background hum of the world, the house seemed to grow quieter in his absence. That night, I tried to go to bed early. The cops were gone. The landlord had done his part. The storm had moved on paper. Things were safer than they'd been before. The new deadbolt clicked with a satisfying weight. The window, though broken, was covered. Logic said I should have been able to sleep, but the house had changed. Instead of the usual whine of wind at the eaves, there was a new sound, the makeshift plastic over the kitchen window, catching every breeze that squeezed in around it. It expanded with each push of air and then snapped back when the pressure eased. Fwap, fwap, fwap. Lying in bed upstairs, in the darkness where the only light came in gray smears from the window, it sounded disturbingly like breathing. A slow inhale as the plastic bowed inward, a soft exhale as it relaxed. I lay there and listened to it for what felt like hours. Inhale, exhale. The faint rustle of taped edges fighting to hold. Every now and then, a crease would pop, sharp as a knuckle cracking. There were times, between half sleep and waking, when I could have sworn the rhythm of it shifted, that it wasn't following the wind at all, but something else. Something pacing its breaths with mine. Plastic shouldn't sound like someone standing just on the other side of a thin barrier, leaning in and practicing how quietly they can breathe. 4.3 History of the house. For a while, I tried to pretend things were back to normal. I worked my shifts. I answered tickets. I ate leftover pizza. I walked past the basement door like it was just another piece of wood and metal and not a throat leading straight down into a lung full of rot and chains. It lasted maybe 2 days. On the third, as soon as my queue cleared for lunch, I opened a browser tab and did what everyone who has ever felt a house watching them eventually does. I typed my own address into the search bar. At first, it was nothing. Just the usual generic stuff: county tax records, an old Zillow listing from years back with washed-out photos of the kitchen before the cabinets got dinged up, some boilerplate text about charming rural farmhouse on several acres, perfect for remote workers, the same line that had snagged me. I tried the road name instead, added the town, added crime, news, police. Still nothing useful. A couple of local stories about DUIs, a fight at a bar, a dog that bit a mailman. Nothing about my house. No screaming headlines, no grainy footage of squad cars in my driveway. You'd think that would have reassured me. It didn't. The thing about rural places is, if they don't want something to be official, it never makes it past rumors. So I narrowed the scope. I added Reddit to my search, half as a joke, like some bored local kid would be talking about my creaking barn house on the same site where people argued about graphics cards and posted cat pictures. A thread popped up near the bottom of the results. Small subreddit, maybe a few thousand members. The kind of place where people complained about potholes and asked why the Walmart started closing earlier. The post was a year old. The title made my chest tighten. Anyone know why the old barn house on road name is always for rent so cheap? The OP talked about driving past, seeing the for rent sign go up every few months, wondering if the place was haunted or just falling apart. A couple of people chimed in with jokes about ghosts and meth labs, then buried halfway down. There was a reply that made my fingers go cold. Heard someone went missing there years back. Maybe just rumors. Cops were nosing around one summer. Landlord said she took off. Folks in town say otherwise. No details. No name. Just that. I clicked the username of the person who'd posted it. Inactive for months. Their comment history was just local gossip and complaints about the high school football coach. Nothing that made them seem like the dramatic type. I read the thread 3 times, then closed the tab and stared at my own reflection in the blank screen. I could have stopped there. I didn't. I decided to go into town on my next day off. Not Walmart town, actual town. With the old brick main street and the diner that had been there since before anyone could remember. If there was gossip, it would be over coffee and eggs, not on Reddit. The diner sat on the corner where two quiet streets met, its sign half burnt out. Neon letters buzzing above rain-stained windows. Inside, it smelled like coffee, burnt toast, and fryer oil that had lived a long, full life. The kind of place with faded photographs on the walls, little league teams, high school bands, fair floats, a community trapped in sepia. The bell over the door jingled when I walked in. A few heads turned, doing that quick strangers can't help it scan. Most went back to their plates. Outsiders weren't rare, just not particularly interesting. I took a seat at the counter because that's where people talk. The waitress came over with a pot of coffee before I could even ask, topping off the mug in front of me like it had always been mine. "What can I get you?" "Hon," she said. She was maybe mid-50s, with tired eyes and a name tag that read, Linda. "Just breakfast," I said. "Whatever's easiest." She jotted something down and slid the coffee toward me. "You're not from around here," she said. Not accusing, just a fact. "Just moved in a little while ago," I said. "Out on road name, old farmhouse, couple acres, kind of in the middle of nowhere." She paused mid-reach for the sugar packets. "The barn house," she said. "That's what my landlord calls it." I said, "Carl." Her mouth did that small, pursed thing people do when they're deciding how honest to be. "Carl's got his fingers in half the rentals round here." She said, "You must be the new one." "New one?" I asked. "How many have there been?" She shrugged, looking over her shoulder to make sure the cook wasn't yelling for her. "Young folks move in to save money," she said. "They always move out quick. Town's too quiet for 'em." "I guess." She said it like a rehearsed line. I let a beat pass. "The last one," I said. "Careful." She didn't really move out, though. "Did she?" Linda's eyes flicked up to mine. Sharp. "Who told you that?" she asked. "Cops were at my place the other night," I said. "There was a break-in. One of them said something about a last girl. And there's this thread online. Said someone went missing there." Her jaw clenched. For a second, I thought she was going to shut down completely. Walk away? Leave me with my hash browns and unanswered questions. Instead, she poured herself a coffee, set it on the counter next to my mug, and leaned an elbow beside it. "Cops talk too much when they're bored," she said quietly. "But they don't talk enough when it matters." She glanced down the counter, making sure no one was close enough to overhear. "Far as I know," she said. "It didn't hit the paper. Small towns don't like that kind of stain, but folks talk. Girl rented that place couple years back. Nice. Kept to herself. Worked nights at the Walmart out on the highway. We used to see her in here on her days off." "What happened?" I asked. "Nobody saw her move out," Linda said. "That's the part that sticks. One day she was in here having pancakes, talking about maybe transferring stores. Week later, Carl's putting her stuff in boxes, says she ran off. Sheriff's office does a welfare check, but you know how that goes. They go in, see no struggle, see her clothes gone, say adult woman, probably left on her own." Linda took a sip of her coffee, eyes going distant for a moment. Her sister came through town a few months later. She added, "Put up some flyers," said no one back home had heard from her. She'd left her car with a friend. never picked it up. All her online stuff went quiet. Sheriff took the flyers down after a while. Officially missing, I asked. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. Linda nodded. Once. Far as I heard, she said, last place anyone can put her for sure was that house. Your house. The words your house hit with a different weight now. When was that, I asked. Exactly. I mean, Linda frowned, thinking back. Couple years, she said. Summer before last, I think. Carl had that for rent sign back up before the leaves turned. You said you found it on Facebook Marketplace. I said. My breakfast arrived, but I didn't look at it. Listing went up 3 months before I moved in. She nodded like that confirmed something rather than answering anything. You talked to Carl about her? She asked. He said she left. I answered, couldn't handle the isolation. Said he cleaned up the stuff she left behind. Linda snorted softly. Carl says a lot of things. She said, he ain't dumb, though. He knows what it looks like if he can't keep a tenant in that place more than a year. So the sign goes back up, rent goes down, somebody else trying to start fresh takes the bait. She slid my plate closer, but my stomach felt like it was full of ice. So that's it, I said. House with a missing person, and you all just keep renting it out. What do you want us to do? She asked. Not unkindly. Burn it down. It's just a building. People got to live somewhere. Sheriff can only work with what he's got. No blood on the walls, no body, no witness saying they saw someone do something. All he's got is rumors and a landlord who says she left. Her eyes softened a fraction. Look, she said. I'm not trying to scare you. You want to save money? That house will let you do it. Just trust your gut. Okay, if it starts feeling wronger than you can stand, you find somewhere else. Cheap rent's not a gift. It's an apology for something nobody wants to talk about. On the drive back, the fields looked different. The barn leaned the same way. The house's paint peeled in the same places. The gravel still crunched under my tires. But everything was framed now by the knowledge that this wasn't just some quirky, cheap rental in the middle of nowhere. It was the last known address of a woman whose family was still putting up flyers. Back in the kitchen, I opened the drawer where I'd shoved the envelope from under the fridge. The utility company logo looked dull in the afternoon light. Her name was there, printed above mine in older ink. Same address, same house. Final notice. I flipped the envelope over. Someone had pressed hard enough when writing the note inside that the indentations were visible on the back. A ghost of the words. If this place ever goes up for rent again, do not move in. She'd been right. The place had gone up for rent again. The listing had gone live almost exactly when her family started posting online about not being able to reach her. I thought about the man in the gray hoodie, walking through the storm without a car, about the way he'd bypassed everything in the house to go straight to the basement, about the chains and the thuds and the strange, answering knocks. Whatever was going on under my floorboards had started long before I got there. And sitting at my kitchen table, plastic breathing faintly over the broken window. I had to face a version of events that made too much sense. Someone had made that previous tenant disappear. The house had swallowed her up without leaving a stain the sheriff could point to. And the man who came in the rain, the one who knew his way around my locks and my stairs and my basement, might not have been a random drifter at all. But the same person who had resolved things the last time someone living here tried to build a life above whatever was stored in the dark below. 5.1, the night I couldn't pretend anymore. I wish I could say I made some smart, rational decision the night I finally opened the basement door. The truth is, I just ran out of lies I could tell myself. It was one of those dry, restless nights that come after a stretch of storms. No rain, not a cloud in the sky, just wind, hard and constant, raking across the fields and making the old house creak like it was remembering things it didn't want to. I was on the couch, blue light from the TV washing the living room in that sickly, not quite day, not quite night glow. I had a blanket over my legs, a half-finished bowl of microwave mac and cheese on the coffee table, and a horror video playing on YouTube like I didn't already have more than enough of that genre in my life. It was one of those true story basement videos. Some guy talking about finding weird stuff under a rental, narrator voice low and smooth, background music doing that slow pulse you can feel in your teeth. I had picked it on purpose, which sounds insane, but I was trying to do that pathetic thing where you convince yourself your own horror is just content, just another story. On screen, a thumbnail zoomed in on a dark set of stairs, the narrator said, almost conversationally. There's something special about the moment you decide to go down into a basement you know you shouldn't. The second he said the word basement, something in my house hit metal. It was a single, clear clang from directly beneath my feet. Not the random creak of old pipes or the dull thunk I'd heard before. This was sharp, fast, and clean, like steel bar on concrete. It vibrated up through the floorboards, through the couch, into my spine. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. Up until then, I'd always been able to stack my experiences into the maybe category. Maybe that sound was the house settling. Maybe those scratches were older than I thought. Maybe the man in the hoodie was just a random dangerous freak with bad timing. But that noise wasn't maybe anything. It was too deliberate. The video kept playing. Narrator droning on about some other guy's nightmare basement. I grabbed the remote and hit pause. The sudden silence felt wrong, like someone had just ripped wallpaper off and exposed bare wall underneath. The wind was loud tonight. It clawed at the siding, whistled through tiny gaps in the window frames, shoved at the taped plastic on the kitchen window until it puffed in and out like a heartbeat. Fwap, fwap, fwap. Underneath it, my fridge hummed. The old AC coughed, then smoothed out. And then, cutting through all of that, came a second sound from below, a long, dragging scrape, as if something heavy was being pulled across rough floor, not rolled, dragged. There was a texture to it, a mix of friction and resistance and mass. The image in my head was almost automatic, something big and metal, chained or hooked, being pulled a few inches at a time across concrete. Back and forth. Back and forth. The scrape stopped, then another clang, slightly duller this time. I sat there breathing shallowly, my tongue pressed hard against the back of my teeth like I could keep my heart from jumping out of my mouth. There was nobody else in the house. No roommate, no pets. No reason for any object of any size to be moving on its own in a part of the house I had never been allowed to see. My brain split itself neatly down the middle. One side whispered the obvious, he's back. The man in the hoodie. He's down there finishing whatever he started, dragging whatever he works with, chains, tools, bodies. The other side, quieter but more dangerous, said, what if he's not? What if this is just it, the thing that's been down there before him? The thing that made somebody write that note? The thing that made the last tenant go missing? What if it's moving now, with or without him? Fear of dying is one thing. It makes you lock doors, buy deadbolts, Sleep with your phone under your pillow. There's another fear, though slower, meaner. The fear of never knowing. Of living in a house where something drags metal around under your bed and you go your whole life pretending it's bad plumbing. I realized, sitting there with a plastic fork in my hand and my TV frozen on a basement thumbnail, that I couldn't do that. Not anymore. If I moved out without looking, the house would just be there, waiting for the next idiot with a remote job and a tight budget. The thing under the floorboards would still be scratching and dragging and knocking for someone else. And I would never know if the last person who lived here died because nobody wanted to open a door. I put the fork down. My hand left a little smear of fake cheese on the plastic bowl. I wiped it on my jeans, then wiped my palm on the blanket like I could scrub the decision out of my skin. Another faint scrape rose from below, not as loud as before, but long enough for my brain to map it to one part of the floor, then another. I stood up. The living room shifted around me. Familiar furniture suddenly feeling like scenery in a show. The pause screen on the TV threw a pale, frozen frame across the room, dark stairs. White text overlaid, clickbait horror title promising someone else's fear. I turned it off. The silence that dropped into place was almost tangible. The hum of the house stretched out to fill the space the TV had vacated. The wind at the windows grew teeth in that quiet. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. Under it, faint but unmistakable, came a series of tiny, irregular clicks from below, like something metallic flexing or being tested. I walked down the hallway toward the kitchen. The floor seemed to know what I was doing. Each board made a different sound under my weight, soft groans, tiny pops. One sharp crack near the bathroom that I'd stepped on 1,000 times before, but which now sounded like a warning. I passed the front door, its new deadbolt shiny and meaningless. The taped plastic over the kitchen window shivered as a gust hit it, making that breathing noise again. Fwap. Inhale. Fwap. Exhale. The basement door waited where it always had, small and plain and too ordinary for what it represented. Just painted wood with a cheap little bolt where Carl had told me not to bother. I stood in front of it and realized I was shaking. My fingers tingled. The back of my neck prickled like someone was standing just behind me. Breath just shy of my skin. I took my phone out, thumb feeling for the side button. The screen lit my face in bluish white. I flicked on the flashlight. The beam was narrow and too bright up close, flaring off the doorknob, making the scratches around the bolt leap into sharp relief. They looked fresher tonight. Maybe it was just the angle of the light. I wrapped my hand around the knob. It was cold in a way that didn't feel entirely physical. The metal seemed to suck heat out of my skin, not just conduct it away. The small imperfections on its surface, the dings and scratches and tiny dents pressed into my palm like a handful of old teeth. The bolt sat just above my knuckles. I could feel its weight through the door. The memory of the note under the fridge sharpened in my mind. He doesn't always lock it. My thumb hesitated on the bolt's edge. It would be so easy not to move it, to walk away, to call Carl, to call the cops, to write this off as someone else's job. Another clang drifted up from below, slightly muffled, as if whatever caused it was further away this time. Something shifted in the guts of the house. A faint, almost subsonic vibration I could feel more than hear. I slid the bolt back. It made the smallest click. A polite little sound that felt completely inadequate to the danger it contained. The knob turned easier than it had any right to. The latch gave with a tired tetch. As I pulled the door inward, the hinges let out a long, reluctant eek. The same unhappy squeal they'd made when the man in the hoodie opened it. But now it was me making them complain. A smell rolled up at me like a physical thing. It was thick and layered, the kind of odor that had been building in a closed space for years, finding any crack it could to creep through. But this was the first time in a long time it had a clean path out. Damp. First, a heavy, wet concrete smell, like old basements and flooded parking garages. Under that, a sour mold note, fuzzy and stale, the kind that clings to your throat, and woven through both, like a vein of rot in an old log, was the sweet, metallic tang I'd only ever caught at the edges before. Stronger now, closer. The smell of rust and pennies and meat that hasn't been fresh in a very long time. Someone had tried to fight it with bleach that was there too. Sharp and chemical and desperate, but all it had done was mix, creating this nauseating, almost sweet sharpness that felt greasy in my nose. The phone's flashlight beam pierced the darkness. The top of the staircase appeared narrow wooden steps dropping into a tunnel of shadow. Walls close and sweating with old moisture. Cobwebs glowed briefly at the edges of the beam. The first few steps were dry. Further down, halfway, the wood darkened with damp. My hand shook just enough that the beam jittered on the walls. Every shimmy of light turned cracks into movement, stains into shapes. I put one foot on the first step. It complained under my weight with a low, tired groan. Stupid. I whispered to myself. This is so stupid. The alternative that I keep living above this without ever seeing it felt worse. I started down, one slow step at a time. Phone held out in front of me like a talisman. The house closed around me. The wind outside became a muffled rush, as if I were descending into someone's chest. The smells got stronger with each foot of air I cut through. Concrete, mold, bleach, blood, history. Behind me, the kitchen light glowed faintly at the top of the stairs, a small square of warm color. With every step, it got smaller, further away, until it was just a smear of brightness on the edge of my vision. Below me, in the cone of my trembling flashlight, the bottom of the stairs waited, blurred and indistinct, edges just beginning to resolve. Somewhere down there, something shifted again softly, just enough to make the hairs on my arms stand up. I kept going. 5, 2, the inventory. Below, the last step flexed under my weight, and then I was in it. The basement felt wrong in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts or vibes. It was wrong in the physical sense: temperature, air, proportions. The kind of wrong that makes your body start to react before your brain can label what it is. The ceiling was low enough that I instinctively ducked. Old joists ran across overhead, and clinging to them were pipes, thick and thin. All of them filmed with rust and condensation. Water beaded along them and dropped at random, hitting concrete with soft plink, plink. Sounds that had probably fooled me more than once into thinking the house was just leaking. Spider webs hung like gauze in the flashlight beam, drifting in slow motion when the air moved. One of them brushed my cheek and stuck, a clingy, invisible hand. I recoiled and wiped at my face, fingers coming away with dust and a strand of something pale and sticky. The walls were rough brick, stained in shy vertical streaks where water had traced its history down. In some places, The mortar had crumbled to powder. In others, it swelled out like scar tissue. The beam of my phone picked out patches of black mold, furry and irregular, clinging where the damp had stayed longest. The floor was poured concrete, but time and water had eaten at it. It had hairline cracks and dips. The surface pitted like old skin. The color was impossible to name: gray in some spots, sickly yellow in others, brown where something had soaked in deep and dried, then been wet again. In the center of the floor was a drain. I hadn't expected that. Just a simple, circular metal grate. Dark holes like a cluster of eyes looking up. Around it, the concrete was discolored in a ring, as if someone had poured things toward it for a long time. Thin trails of yellowish brown ran from different points in the room, converging toward that one spot like tributaries to a river. Some of them were old, faint, almost part of the concrete now. Others looked newer, edges sharper, as if they'd only dried fully in the last few days. The stink of bleach was strongest here, biting and chemical, but it couldn't hide the deeper, heavier smell woven into the floor. My light swept left, against the far wall, bolted into the floor and ceiling, was a metal frame. At first I thought it was a clothes rack, the kind you see in unfinished basements with winter coats hanging in plastic bags. But there were no hangers, no clothes, just hooks. They were welded to the horizontal bar curved pieces of thick, darkened steel, each one about the width of 2 fingers. They were evenly spaced, a precise distance between each, like someone had measured it out. The beam of my phone slid along them, catching dark halos around the bases where the metal met the bar. Not shiny fresh, but old, soaked in stains that had dried and dried again until they were part of the metal. The wall behind the hooks was marked. Faint vertical streaks ran down from where each hook hung in front of it, forming a grid of shadows in brown and darker gray. They reminded me of rainwater stains on siding, except these ran only as far as the floor, where they joined a wider, darker band on the concrete. That band led, of course, toward the drain. My stomach clenched. Something dragged here, many times. From that frame toward that drain, the smell in that corner was heavy enough that I could almost feel it on my tongue, metallic, sour, a hint of rot that had been hit over and over with chemicals until the 2 smells had married into something uniquely awful. I forced my light away from the hooks and tracked along the wall. There, stacked like big, ugly Lego bricks, were plastic storage tubs, the kind you buy at Walmart to put Christmas decorations in. They were all the same size, the same dull color, lids snapped on, thick bands of packing tape crisscrossing the tops and sides. Somebody had taken the time to seal them like they expected them to be jostled. A few of them had markers scribbled on the lids, short strings of letters and numbers that meant nothing to me at first glance. One just read a -3. Another had spare/C scrawled on it in rushed handwriting. None of it looked like the kind of labels you'd put on holiday ornaments. My throat was dry. My hand tightened on the phone hard enough to make my fingers ache. I realized I was still holding the kitchen knife I'd brought down with me, a stupid comfort object, as if a chef's knife was going to help me against whatever made those trails on the floor. The handle was slippery from the sweat on my palm. The metal blade caught the light as I shifted it, throwing a little shard of brightness onto the nearest tub. It was nothing, just reflection, but the sight of light touching that plastic, that close to the drain, made something snap inside me. If I went back upstairs without opening at least one, I knew I would never sleep again. I set the tip of the knife against the nearest strip of tape and pushed. The tape stretched before it gave, sticky glue grabbing at the blade as if trying to pull it back in. Then it parted with a rough, tearing sound, the noise loud in the enclosed space. The adhesive snapped loose from plastic in a ragged, stuttering peel. As soon as the seal broke, air rushed out. It hit me like walking into a wall. The smell that had been contained inside that tub was dense, humid, and absolutely wrong. It was rot, but not the loose, airy rot of garbage left in summer. This was heavier, meatier, with a thick sweetness under it that made my body react before my brain could form words. My vision blurred, my throat spasmed. I doubled over and vomited onto the floor, the sound of it liquid hitting concrete, splattering outward. Mixing with whatever old stains were already there, echoed back at me in a disgusting, wet slap. The taste burned my sinuses. For a moment, all I could do was brace my hand on my knee and choke, the other hand still locked around the knife, knuckles white. When I could see again, tears stinging my eyes, I realized my flashlight beam was pointed directly into the half-open tub. I didn't want to look. I looked. The first thing my brain processed were colors. Greens and browns and faded blues, all mottled and stained. Fabrics, crumpled together and stuck where fluids had dried, turning soft folds into stiff, warped shapes. Patches of darker maroon where something had soaked in deep. Clothes. Jeans bunched in on themselves. A hoodie, once gray or black, now stiff with irregular blots. A t-shirt with a logo I couldn't see clearly. Strings from a drawstring, frozen mid-tangle. Near the top was a shoe. It was a sneaker, once white, now the color of dirty dishwater. The laces were tied in a sad, drooping bow. The logo on the side was scuffed almost smooth. The toe was smeared with something dark, flaked into crust. The sneaker wasn't empty. The fabric around the ankle bulged in a way that shoes by themselves don't. The top edge of a sock was visible once white, now stained through. Where the sock ended, where there should have been air and nothing else. There was instead a rounded shape pushing up against it from the inside. Just above that, between sock and the half-peeled tongue of the shoe, I saw a thin rim of pale, something that caught the light differently than cloth. Harder, duller, bone. I didn't see exposed anatomy in full detail. The fabric hid most of it. But the implication was enough. Someone had cut through something that shouldn't be cut through and then stuffed the result into a tub with the rest of their clothes. I snapped the lid back down with a choked sound. Tape hanging in limp strips. My hand shook as I wiped my mouth on the back of my wrist. The taste of bile and that storage tub air mixed into something that made my head swim. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to go back upstairs, call someone, burn the house down. Instead, I found myself turning to the second tub. This one had writing on it, L3/R1/female 30 seconds was scrawled across the lid in thick, black marker, the letters bleeding slightly where moisture had gotten to them. It looked more like a label on a file than a random note. Left 3, right 1, female, 30s. My own age category. I cut this one slower, not because I wanted to, but because my hand wouldn't stop trembling. The tape peeled in reluctant jerks, making that same sticky rip that seemed too loud in the low-ceilinged room. When the seal broke, a similar wave of air pushed out, maybe slightly less aggressive than the first tub, but still vile. My stomach clenched in anticipation. but there was nothing left in it to give. Inside, stacked like some obscene grocery haul, were Ziploc bags. They were all different sizes, crammed together, their clear plastic fogged with condensation and age. Inside each, dark shapes floated or slumped, pressed against the sides where the vacuum seal had half failed. Some of them looked like chunks of meat, mottled with bruising, skin still clinging in patches. Others were more abstract, twisted things packed too tight to immediately identify. In the beam of my phone, the plastic caught highlights, forming a slick sheen over everything. On the outside of each bag, another layer of labels: L3-1, L3-2, R1-1, short notes in marker upper, joint, deep cut. They weren't trophies. They were entries in some system. Someone had tried to make sense of what they were doing by turning it into an inventory. I didn't reach in. I didn't touch anything. Just the sight of those neat rows of bags, all cataloged pieces of people, made my skin feel too tight. I backed away from that tub and nearly tripped over the third one. This lid had no tape. It had been popped on and off too many times. The edges were warped, the plastic slightly bowed. My flashlight caught a fragment of writing that had been half scrubbed off cranial. The rest was an illegible smear. Every cell in me tried to veto what I did next, but some dark momentum had taken hold. I lifted the lid. 4 skulls stared up at me. They weren't arranged in any ceremonial way. They had just been placed there, side by side, rolling slightly against each other where the tub had been knocked. One of them had been cut cleanly, the top portion removed with a saw in a near-perfect circle. The interior was hollowed, scraped, empty. The bone a dry, weathered white. Around the cut, a faint reddish-brown band marked where something wet had sat once and dried in place. Another still had patches of scalp clinging stubbornly to it, puckered and drawn tight like old leather. From those patches, strands of hair sprouted long, tangled, matted into ropes that stuck to the sides. The hair was a color I couldn't name in this light, somewhere between dark blonde and brown. But the length of it made my chest tighten. It looked like hair that had once been washed and brushed and tied back, now reduced to this. A third had a fracture running from the orbital ridge across the forehead, a jagged line where the bone had given way under blunt force. In the crease of the crack, something dark and tar-like had collected and dried, making the line look almost inked in. The fourth was the smallest. No jaw. Empty eye sockets turned up toward the beam of my phone like it was the first light it had seen in a long time. The smell coming out of this tub was different. Drier, dustier, less fresh rot, more the faint chalky scent of old bone and worn plastic, undercut by whatever chemicals had been used to wash them. My hand slipped on the knife handle as sweat rolled down my wrist. The blade touched the edge of the tub with a soft tick, a tiny spark of metal on plastic that felt deafening. Somewhere behind me, a droplet of water fell from a pipe and hit the floor with a solitary drip that echoed like a footstep. I realized I was standing in the middle of a room that had been turned into a system. Hooks, drain, bins, labels. It wasn't chaos. It was routine. Someone had done this enough times to develop categories. This wasn't a monster's lair. It was an inventory. 5.3, I was already on the list. I do not know how long I stood staring into that tub of skulls. Time in that room felt wrong, stretched and sticky, like the air. My mind kept trying to slide sideways into some safe, stupid thought: call the cops. Go upstairs. wake up, but the rest of me stayed rooted to the concrete. Breath shallow, eyes burning in the harsh cone of my own flashlight. Eventually, instinct forced me to move. I put the lid back on the tub with shaking hands. The plastic thumped down over bone with a soft, hollow thunk that felt obscene. The tape on the other containers fluttered slightly as I brushed past them. The faint sound of crinkling plastic snapped at my nerves like static. I turned away from the tubs and swept the light around, needing to see, needing to know how far this went. Opposite the hooks and the drain, against the other wall, was a wooden shelf. Just a basic thing, 2x4s hammered together, sagging slightly under the weight of whatever had been piled on it over the years. The lower shelves were choked with junk old paint cans, cracked plastic buckets, a milk crate full of tangled extension cords, the kind of clutter any old house might have. It was the top shelf that caught my eye. There was a single cardboard box up there, not big shoebox size, maybe a little longer, no labels, no tape, aside from a few old strips that had lost their stick and curled away at the edges. It didn't belong. Everything else in this basement had been sealed, stacked, or bolted. The tubs were taped. The frame was welded. Even the junk had the settled, undisturbed look of things that had been sitting for years. This box looked like it had been opened and closed recently. The cardboard at the corners was slightly bright where it had been flexed. There were fresh thumb marks smudged into the dusty lid. I told myself not to touch it. My body didn't listen. I stepped closer. The concrete here felt cooler under my socks, damp seeping a chill in from below. The bleach smell was weaker in this corner, which only made the underlying odors more distinct. Old paper, wet dirt, something faintly like toner or cheap ink, sharp and plasticky. I set the knife down on the shelf to free my hand, the metal making a small clink against the wood. The sound was strangely loud in the close air. My fingers closed around the edges of the lid. The cardboard was soft, fur starting at the corners from all the moisture in the room. I lifted. Inside were papers. For one stupid, insane second, my brain tried to label it as taxes, receipts, normal human bureaucracy hidden in the one place no one would want to look for it. Then I saw the first photograph. It was just a cheap color print, thin, glossy paper from a bargain inkjet printer. The colors were slightly off, greens too yellow, blacks more like a deep brown. The photo had been cut from a larger sheet with dull scissors. The edges were jagged, little white triangles where the blades had chewed through. It was my house. Not as I saw it from inside, or in the Zillow listing. This was the outside view, taken from a distance, just off the gravel lane. The farmhouse sat in the center of the frame, front porch a flat line, windows dark except for one pale glow. My car was in the shot, too, tucked into the curve of the drive like a toy someone had forgotten. The timestamp in the corner made my stomach drop. It was the same week I'd moved in. Behind the glass of the front window, barely visible unless you knew where to look, was a small shape, a person backlit by a warm kitchen light, bent over a box. Me. I shuffled the photo aside with the tips of my fingers and another slid into view. This one was closer, taken from a different angle. The kitchen window this time. The light was on, yellow spilling out over the sink. The taped plastic still intact in this shot, in the square of glass. I could see myself again standing at the window, phone to my ear. Head tilted, my mouth caught mid-word. The angle was wrong for it to have been taken from the road. Whoever had taken it had been standing further out, beyond the little gravel circle. Far enough that the house filled the frame, but low enough that they were still roughly at window level, out in the field, or near the barn. My fingers dug deeper into the box, flipping through more prints. Each one was a different moment, a different time of day. But the pattern was the same: the house, my car, me, carrying boxes in from the trunk, sitting on the porch with a mug, standing in the yard, staring up at the sky like an idiot the first week, when the stars had still made me feel hopeful. Some were taken at dusk, colors washed out and dim. Some were at night, my windows rectangles of yellow and blue in the dark. One had my upstairs bedroom window lit. Behind it, a faint silhouette at the desk. The person behind the camera had watched me move in, watched me settle, watched me go through my little routines, thinking I was alone. At the bottom of the stack, under the photos, was a sheet of paper, cheap printer paper, curled at the corners. Ink had bled a little from moisture, but the words were still legible. The handwriting was bad, big and cramped, like someone who never expected anyone else to read it. The date at the top was the day after my U-Haul had left. Under it, M20s, male, lives alone, remote job, good storage between trips. The words didn't land all at once. They slid into my head one after another like beads on a string. Male, 20s, lives alone, remote job. That was me, boiled down to 4 bullet points. No name, no personality, just descriptors. The kind you'd put on a label if you were sorting things. Good storage between trips. The last line hit like a fist. Storage wasn't a person. Storage was a location, a container, a place you left things because it was convenient, because it was out of the way, because nobody checked too closely what went in or out. I wasn't a random tenant who just happened to stumble into some nightmare someone else had created. I was part of the system, a convenient occupant, a cover. My working from home, my late hours, my tendency not to go into town unless I absolutely had to. They weren't deterrents. They were features. I was someone who was almost always here, always making the house look lived in. Lights on at night, car in the drive, a human presence to reassure anyone passing by that this wasn't an abandoned property with a forgotten basement. And while I sat upstairs answering emails and tickets, complaining about people's Wi-Fi, somebody had written in their own files that my life was good storage, a buffer zone between their trips. Trips to where, for what I looked back at the tubs, the hooks, the drain. Between trips meant this wasn't their only spot. This was just one node on a line. They went out, did whatever they did, and then came back here. Like drivers returning to a depot, like hunters returning to a shed to process what they'd taken. And me, I'd been slotted into the picture as naturally as a new box getting labeled and slid onto a shelf. Another detail to keep the whole thing running smoothly. Someone who would pay rent on time and keep the power bill current and the grass not too wild. So nobody in town had a reason to look too closely. The last girl hadn't just been a victim. She'd been the previous configuration. And I was already written down in the same handwriting, on the same kind of paper, in the same basement, under the same ceiling of pipes and webs and stains, on somebody's list. I wasn't a person who'd accidentally discovered a horror. I was an asset, a line item, a part of their logistics. 6.1, the second call and forensic floodlights. I do not remember putting the lid back on the box. I have a vague sense of cardboard scraping wood, of the edges caving in a little under my fingers, of the photos bending as I shoved them down like I could stuff the whole reality of them back inside. But mostly, I remember my body deciding that being anywhere underground was no longer acceptable. I grabbed the knife. The handle was slick, and the blade nicked the shelf on the way up, leaving a tiny, bright scar in the wood with a sharp tink. My flashlight jittered wildly on the low ceiling as I turned, casting warped shadows of pipes and webs and hooks that looked, for one sick moment, like hands reaching. Going up the stairs felt like wading through molasses. Every step seemed higher than it had going down. My legs were rubber, my knees threatening to fold. The smell chased me up a thick, sour ghost that clung to the back of my tongue. Halfway, a spiderweb caught in my open mouth and I gagged, scraping it from my tongue with shaky fingers. The rectangle of light at the top of the stairs grew from a thumbnail to a window to a door. When I finally burst through it, shoving the basement door fully open, the kitchen felt violently bright. The ordinary appliances and cabinets looked obscene in their normalcy. I slammed the door shut and threw the bolt. The cheap metal slid home with a tiny, defeated click that sounded so meaningless after what I'd seen that I almost laughed. My hands were shaking too hard to dial, but somehow I still managed to hit 911. The phone rang once. 911, what's your emergency? I didn't ease into it. There are bodies in my basement, I said. My voice came out flat and high, like it belonged to someone else. There are parts, skulls. It's a lot. You need to come back. You should have gone down there. You should have. Okay. The operator cut in. Professional calm kicking in fast. Slow down for me. Is this the same address officers responded to earlier this week, out on road name? Yes. My free hand was white-knuckled on the back door handle. I couldn't stop moving, pacing from door to door again. You need detectives, or whatever. Forensics. I don't know. Just please hurry. She took my name, again, verified my location, again, kept me talking, grounding me with questions while in the background of the line. I could hear her relaying everything in a clipped monotone to someone else. Multiple remains possible, she said once. Scene is secure, suspect on site, no. I snapped. I don't know. I never saw him come back. But whoever uses that basement, they've been using it a long time. She told me to get outside, stay visible for responding units. Do not touch anything else. Do not go back down. Do not confront anyone if they appeared. The air in the kitchen felt used up. I grabbed my keys and stumbled out the front door, leaving it hanging open behind me. The evening had settled somewhere between blue and black while I was below. The sky was clear for once, stars just beginning to show. But the wind was still strong, combing through the cornfields with a constant, low roar. The gravel of the driveway crunched under my socks as I walked out into the open. The house loomed behind me, a dark rectangle against a darker horizon. Every window was a blind eye. The taped plastic over the kitchen window puffed out once in the wind, then snapped back. For a moment, no sirens, no lights. Just the immense, indifferent world stretching away on all sides, fields, and the thin black seam of the road, and the barn hunkered down off to the side, its roof catching a sliver of reflected light from the house. Then, faintly, the sound started. Not one siren this time. Several. They grew quickly, overlapping, the different pitches knitting into a single urgent wail. The sound bounced off the open land in strange ways, arriving at my ears slightly out of sync, like echoes chasing each other. The first set of headlights appeared at the far end of the lane, a pair of white points floating above the corn. Behind it, another, and another. The sirens cut as they turned off the main road, leaving only the rush of tires on gravel. They pulled into the circle one after another, doors already cracking open as they came to a stop. Light bars erupted, throwing red and blue and harsh white across the yard. The house lit up like a crime scene in a TV show, only this time I was the one standing in the middle of the frame. Hands guided me back, away from the front steps, toward the open door of a cruiser. "Sit," an older officer said. He had the lined face of someone who'd been doing this too long. "Keep warm. You're not under arrest. We just need you out of the way." The heater in the back of the squad car was on full blast, a dry, steady roar that made my damp socks steam. From the front seat, I could hear the patrol radio chattering in bursts. "Dispatch, Unit 12 on scene. Multiple units present. Possible 187 seconds. Multiple basement. Copy 12. Medical examiner en route. CSU notified. Advise when scene is secure." Officers moved through the frame of the windshield, silhouettes in tactical vests and jackets, flashlights in hand. 2 went straight into the house, guns low but ready. Another started stringing yellow tape from the porch post to the nearest patrol car bumper. The words, "Police line, do not cross," repeating in harsh black. Then came the floodlights. One of the SUVs had a telescoping mast on top. It cranked up with an electric whine, then bloomed into a rectangle of brutal white light that washed the yard in daylight brightness. The corn at the edge of the property glowed a pale, unnatural green, every stalk and leaf suddenly too detailed. The house threw sharp, hard-edged shadows. The barn, which had always felt like a distant, sagging shape, now stood out in crisp relief, doors slightly open. Boards warped, roofline ragged. I watched all of it through the glass. My reflection ghosted faintly over the scene. My face looked gray, eyes too wide, lips colorless. 3 more vehicles arrived while the first team was clearing the main floor, another cruiser, an unmarked sedan that screamed detective, and a van with county forensics stenciled in block letters on the side. When its doors slid open, people in white Tyvek suits stepped out, hoods down for the moment, carrying cases and collapsible evidence markers. They moved like a different species. The patrol guys had motion, volume, authoritative presence. The forensic techs were quieter, their movements smaller, more economical, everything they touched. They did so through gloves. I caught a glimpse of the first officer coming back out of the house. His face was paler than when he'd gone in. He said something low to the detective, a man in a plain jacket with his badge clipped at his belt. The detective's gaze flicked to the house, then to me in the cruiser, then back. "Get the ME on the line," he said, loud enough that it cut through the yard noise even inside the car. "Tell them this is not a drill. We're going to need more than a van." The next wave of people headed inside wore the white suits now fully zipped, hoods up, booties over their shoes. Their movements made a constant, low swish-swish sound, plastic rubbing plastic. One carried a camera big, black, with a mounted flash. The test fire popped against the front of the house in a stuttering burst. Inside, they disappeared down the hall toward the kitchen. A minute later, the flash went off again, this time from within the house. Through the open front door, I caught brief, strobe-like glimpses: the kitchen doorway, the edge of the sink, the top of the basement door frame. Every time the shutter snapped, I heard the faint click even over the wind and engine hum. A cop opened the cruiser door beside me, cold air rushing in. "You doing okay?" he asked. It was the younger deputy from the first call, the one who had told me about drifters and meth heads. His face looked different in the floodlights, less sure of itself. "I told you to go down there," I said. My voice surprised me. It wasn't accusatory, just empty. "You said it was flooded." He flinched, just a little. "Yeah," he said. "That's on me. We'll talk about that later. Right now. They're gonna want you at the station after this. Give a full statement. You'll have detectives asking you the same questions 10 different ways. Just stick to what you saw. What I saw is in your basement now." I said, "You'll see it." He didn't answer that. He patted the door, then closed it again, sealing me in with the heater and my own reflection. A commotion at the edge of the floodlight's reach pulled my attention. Another truck had arrived, not a cruiser, but an older pickup, familiar in shape, if not in the way it looked under the stark white beams. The faded red paint, the seed company cap behind the windshield, the dented bumper. Carl. He climbed out slowly, blinking against the brightness. Someone must have called him landlord, owner, whatever he legally was. An officer met him halfway up the drive, hand out in a half stop, half greeting gesture. Even from inside the cruiser, I could see Carl's expression when the word basement was spoken. He went a shade lighter. His mouth worked twice before sound came out. His gaze kept flicking between the house, the cluster of suited figures near the kitchen, and the patrol cars. I had no idea, he was saying as they walked him closer to the porch, but not over the tape. "I rent the place. I don't live there." Jesus, that's not mine. That's not sir. "We need you to calm down," the detective said. He had a small notebook in hand now, pen poised. "We're going to have a lot of questions for you, right now. This is your property. That makes you part of the investigation." "It's not." Carl tried again. His voice cracked. "I fixed the roof. I snaked the drains. I don't even go down there much anymore. Smells like hell. You think I'd..." He broke off when he saw me in the cruiser. Our eyes met through the glass, for the first time since I'd met him. Carl looked genuinely afraid, not annoyed, not mildly inconvenienced. Afraid. One of the uniformed officers moved behind him almost casually. A hand rested on Carl's elbow, another near his shoulder. The detective said something I couldn't hear, something with the tone of a question and the rhythm of Miranda rights. When the cuffs came out, Carl jerked. "I didn't know," he said, louder now, voice carrying across the yard. "I had no idea. I didn't put anything down there. Nobody's saying you did." The detective replied, "Calm. You're being detained while we sort this out. That's all. Put your hands behind your back." The metal clicked around Carl's wrists. He looked smaller with his arms pulled in like that, shoulders rounded. They walked him toward one of the other cruisers, ducking his head to guide him in. White-suited techs passed in and out of the house in a kind of grim procession. Evidence markers, small yellow tents with black numbers, began to appear in the kitchen. On the stairs, at the top of the basement, cameras flashed. Someone unfurled more tape. Through it all, the house just stood there, lit up like it was confessing. Every flaw and stain magnified by the floodlights. The barn beyond it loomed at the edge of my vision, suddenly more relevant than it had ever felt. In the back of the cruiser, heater roaring, radio crackling with more units being called. I sat and tried to take comfort in the fact that they had someone in cuffs. It should have made me feel safer. Instead, watching Carl's pale face in the brief moment before they shut him into the other car, one thought settled into my mind with the weight of inevitability. He looked shocked. Whatever was happening beneath my feet, whatever system had turned my basement into an inventory, Carl might have been responsible for letting it exist here, but he wasn't the one who had written that note about me being good storage between trips. 6.2. The barn and the hard drives. They did not leave the barn alone for long. Once they realized the basement wasn't just a crime scene but an assembly line, the house stopped being the center of the search. It became just one part of the picture. The other part sat 20 yards off to the side, hunched in the dark like it had been waiting. By the second hour, after they'd photographed and tagged everything they could without the medical examiner, the detective in the plain jacket stepped away from the kitchen and scanned the yard with his eyes half closed, like he was overlaying a mental map on the real world. "Check the outbuilding," he said, jerking his chin toward the barn. "Full sweep. Nobody's used this basement without staging somewhere else." 2 uniforms and 3 white-suited techs peeled away from the house, ducking under the yellow tape. They moved in a loose file through the grass, boots sinking into the soft earth, floodlight shadows stretching long behind them. I watched from the back of the cruiser as they approached the barn, up close, in the floodlights. It looked worse than it had in daylight. The boards on the front were warped, some bowed out, some in. The big sliding door was off-kilter on its track, one wheel higher than the other, leaving a crooked gap at the bottom where wind and animals could get in. A rusted padlock hung uselessly from the hasp, chains still looped but cut clean through, ends bright compared to the rest. One of the techs took photos before they touched anything. Flash popped, white on red-blue. Then a gloved hand slid the door along its track with a heavy shunk, the sound carrying back to where I sat. The barn breathed out a different smell. I could not smell it from the car. Not really, but the way the techs recoiled slightly just to lean back. A half-second pause told me enough. I'd learned to read that flinch in my own body already. A smaller floodlight was hauled from the van and set up at the barn entrance. Its tripod legs splayed wide in the dirt. When it kicked on, the interior bloomed in washed-out color. Dust floated in the beam like a million tiny insects. Rafters crisscrossed overhead. Old hay lay in thin, flattened drifts, and underneath the smell of old wood and dried plant, there was something else. Even across the yard, even through the cruiser glass and the competing odors of heater and vinyl, I could imagine it, that now familiar sting of bleach, threaded with something darker. It made sense in a sick way. If you were going to transport things to a basement like that, you wouldn't do all the messy work inside. You'd need a place to hose things off. They moved slowly through the barn, methodical. The flashlight beams traced over old farm junk, rusted tools, a broken ladder, a stack of balding tires. One of the techs knelt by a dark patch on the packed dirt, swabbing at it, then calling someone over. Another pointed at the far wall. There, half hidden behind a leaning panel and a coil of hose, sat a workbench. It was a homemade thing. Planks nailed together, stained with oil and God knew what. On top of it, a scatter of tools, some normal, some not. A hacksaw with a new blade, a pair of bolt cutters, a bucket with a crusty ring near the top where some liquid had dried, a box of nitrile gloves, half empty, and pushed toward the back, almost an afterthought, was a laptop. Even from a distance, I could tell it was old, the kind of bulky, cheap machine you used when you did not care if it lived or died. The casing was scuffed. A corner of the screen housing was cracked. The power cord dangled uselessly, the plug missing. Beside it, sitting in a shallow metal tray stained with rust, were a couple of bare hard drives. No enclosures, no labels beyond the tiny stickers manufacturers put on them. They lay there like stripped organs. Next to them, a handful of memory cards, SD cards. A few micro SD adapters tumbled together in a cheap plastic soap dish stained an off yellow. One of the techs let out a low whistle. "Jackpot," he said. A second later, he caught himself and glanced my way, like he hoped I hadn't heard. They photographed everything before they touched it. Then the gloves went on over other gloves. Anti-static bags came out. Each drive, each card, each scrap of tech went into its own bubble of evidence, carefully labeled, zipped, sealed. The bleach smell, they told me later, was strongest in here. Puddled patches on the barn floor where pale stains flared under the alternate light source. Streaks up the side of a drainage trench that led out to the field. Someone had done a lot of washing in this building. Someone had made a lot of messes and tried to erase them with a mop and a prayer. They wouldn't let me see the barn that night. After an hour in the cruiser, they drove me to the station instead, where everything smelled like stale coffee and copier toner. They put me in a small interview room with gray walls and a table that had seen better days. I gave my statement once, then again, then in more detail, then with the detective stopping me every few sentences to loop back and make me repeat a time, a word, a smell. Days blurred. I went wherever they told me. Motel, mostly, under a name the county paid for. The house on road name turned into a black hole in my mind. A place my thoughts orbited but did not want to fall back into. Every so often, they called me down to the station to clarify something. Timeline, people I'd seen on the road, my landlord's habits, my own. It was at the end of one of those sessions that the detective, same plain jacket, deeper circles under his eyes, now closed his notebook and watched me for a moment too long. "We got into the laptop," he said, "and the drives. We're still sorting through most of it. There's a lot. But there's something you need to see. I'm going to show you a small part of one file, and I need your honest reaction. No guessing what you think we want to hear." He slid a tablet across the table. My reflection looked back at me for a second in the black glass, ghostly and distorted. Then he tapped the screen. A video player opened. The first frame was dark, grainy gray, with a cluster of icons in the corner. Time code. Date stamp. The image source was labeled in tiny letters CAM-B1. The footage came from above. The camera was mounted somewhere on the ceiling, looking down at an angle over the basement. The metal frame with hooks sat right in the center of the frame. In the video, it looked almost clean, less stained. The tubs were fewer and stacked in a slightly different configuration. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, throwing out a harsh, yellowish cone that left the corners in deep shadow. The audio track hissed with the low, static rumble of a cheap microphone in a concrete room. "Watch," the detective said quietly. Someone came down the stairs. Even in the low resolution, I could see the ease of his movement. He didn't hesitate or feel along the wall for a switch. He knew exactly how many steps there were, how low the ceiling dipped, where to duck his head. He wore dark jeans, work boots, a black hoodie, gloves, and over his face, a mask. It was plain white plastic, the kind you might see in a party store if you walked past too fast. No expression molded into it, no painted lips or eyebrows, just a smooth surface and two cut-out eye holes. The eye holes were too round, too simple, like someone had punched them out with a dull tool. Behind those holes, there was only blackness on the recording, no glint of iris, no skin. He moved into the center of the frame and bent down, hands going to something just out of view. When he straightened, he dragged a blue tarp into the light. The tarp glistened. It was wet in places, slick, dark patches spreading along its folds. Underneath it was a shape. I knew, before he pulled the plastic back, what it would be. But knowing isn't the same as seeing. The body was human, bound. Wrists and ankles were cinched with zip ties, the opaque plastic cutting into skin. The limbs had that ugly slackness to them, joints bent at angles no one would hold voluntarily. Bruises bloomed along the exposed arms and legs deep, spreading marks that suggested repeated impacts. The skin tone on the video was off thanks to the bulb, washed out and yellow, but the darker patches of blood were obvious. They soaked into the tarp, ran along the concrete in thin rivulets that mirrored the real stains I'd seen. The masked man moved with a horrible, practiced efficiency. He hooked the bound wrists over one of the metal hooks. The body sagged immediately, shoulders rolling forward, legs dangling. For a second, the head lolled back, face turned toward the camera. The resolution wasn't good enough for me to see every feature, but I saw hair, plastered to the forehead, an open mouth, eyes half closed. "If you recognize her," the detective said softly, "tell me." I stared. She was about my age, maybe a little older. Dark hair. No obvious identifying mark I could latch onto. If I had ever seen her in town, at the diner, at Walmart. My brain refused to connect the living version to this drooping shape on the hook. "I don't know," I whispered. "I don't think so." On the screen, the man in the mask took out a knife. It wasn't a movie knife. No gleaming, serrated, fetishized thing. Just a simple, heavy blade with a dull, utilitarian handle. He checked the edge with his thumb, like he'd done it 100 times. Then he got to work. The audio picked up every sound. The wet slide of blade through fabric and skin. The faint scritch when it kissed bone. The thick crack when he bent a joint past breaking, snapping something inside with a noise that made my teeth ache. Blood ran faster when he cut deeper. It hit the concrete in fat drops. Each impact, a small, sharp smack. It flowed toward the drain in messy, branching paths, pooling for a moment against uneven spots before finding a way around. His breathing filled the room. It was louder than I expected. Not a movie monster's rasp, but a human man's labored exhale through plastic. Every time he leaned in, every time he lifted or pulled. The mask made his breath sound closer to the mic condensed, slightly echoing. The rush of air bouncing off the inside of that white shell. Every once in a while, a Ziploc bag would make an appearance in the frame. He'd reach to a table just out of the main light, grab one, and hold it open with one hand while guiding some piece of meat or bone into it with the other. When the plasticky edges brushed his gloves, the mic picked up the crinkle and whisper of it. Afterward, There would be the quick, squeaking drag of a marker across the outside as he wrote something on it. Watching him, it was clear this wasn't improvisation. He had a sequence, a way he liked to do things. Uncover, hang, cut, bag, label, clean. The bleach came out near the end, sloshed from a bucket, dumping white streaks over red stains that turned pink, then pale, then never truly disappeared. The detective paused the video at one point, the masked figure frozen mid-motion, blade glinting in the yellow light, the hook behind him casting a long, crooked shadow. "Is this the man who was at your door in the rain?" he asked. Same build. Same way of moving. I stared at the screen. The masked man was broad through the shoulders, shorter than Carl, more solid. The way he walked had a certain rhythm, heels down hard, toes pushing off like someone used to wearing boots on uneven ground. It was not the shuffling, slightly lazy gait of my landlord. It was not anyone I could easily match to someone I knew. But the confidence was familiar. The way he turned the bolt on the basement door without looking. The way his hand found the light pull. The way he reached for hooks and tubs and knives without hesitation, as if he'd done that exact set of movements 100 times before and would do them 100 times again. He belonged down there. "I don't know," I said finally. I never saw the guy in the rain clearly. Hood up, face hidden. But it could be. The way he moves. The way he doesn't have to think about where anything is. The detective nodded, like that was one more small piece slotted into a picture still missing its edges. He reached over and scrubbed the video forward a few seconds. The masked man turned toward the camera briefly. "Eye sockets, 2 empty black ovals. Whoever that is," the detective said. "It's not your landlord, and it's not anyone we have in custody yet." He tapped the tablet, freezing the frame with that blank, white face looking straight down the lens. "Which means," he added, "somebody else had keys. Somebody else knew the schedule. Somebody else was using your home long before you ever moved in. Carl's house, your basement, that barn, they're just stops on his route." The room seemed to tilt a little. The table, the walls, the stale coffee smell, all of it receded behind the realization that the man in the mask, the one who turned human beings into labeled inventory, had walked under my feet more times than I would ever know, and he was still out there, somewhere, breathing through that same piece of white plastic. 6.3, not Carl, not over. If there is one thing TV gets wrong about this kind of situation, it is how quickly people want to decide who the monster is. By the time they showed me the basement footage, Carl had been in a holding cell for 2 nights. The local Facebook moms group had already decided he was some backwoods serial killer. People at the diner probably had whole theories about him and the house and that poor kid out there. The detectives, to their credit, moved slower. After the video of the man in the mask finished, the detective let the last frame sit there on the tablet for a moment. White plastic, black eye holes, the angle of the shoulders. Then he pinched the image, zooming in, cropping away the hooks and the drain until all that was left was the upper half of the man's body. "First thing I need you to hear," he said, "is that this isn't your landlord. I already knew that, in my gut." But hearing him say it out loud made everything tilt again. "How can you be sure?" I asked. "You can't even see his face. Faces are just one part," he said. He tapped the screen, dragging a finger along the highlighted image. "See here, look at the shoulders. This guy's wider, built different. Carl's tall, but he's soft rounded through the middle, little stoop to his neck. This one stands straight. You saw him move. Guy handles weight like he does this 8 hours a day. He swiped again. The frame jumped to a moment when the masked man reached up to adjust the hook height. The movement stretched his hoodie just enough to show his wrists. Carl's got that old burn scar along his left wrist, the detective said. Runs from the base of his thumb halfway up the forearm. You said you noticed it when he was pointing at the septic controls. You were right. We checked. It's there. He zoomed the wrist in the video. Clean. No scar. The skin tone, what little showed between glove and cuff, was different too. Lighter, no sunspots, and his hands. The detective went on. Carl's got mechanic hands, thicker fingers, broken knuckle on the ring finger. This guy's got long, straight fingers, different build. He locked the tablet and set it aside. We think, he said, that Carl rented the place out and looked the other way. Maybe he got paid to not see things. Maybe he was scared. Maybe he's just stupid and greedy. That's for a prosecutor to chew on. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, fingers laced. But the man cutting people up in your basement, he said, that's somebody else. For a second, a tiny part of me felt relieved. Then the rest of it hit. So the real guy, I said slowly, the one in the mask. He's not in jail. The detective's silence was answer enough. He reached into a folder and pulled out a thin stack of glossy prints different from the cheap, grainy ones I'd found in the box downstairs. These had been printed on good paper, with lab labels in the corners and evidence numbers typed neatly along the bottom. Barn Laptop had directories going back years. He said, we're still mining most of it, but there's a folder dedicated just to this property. Your address. Every time someone moved in, he took notes, pictures, started files. He slid the first photograph across the table. It was my house again, but the car in the drive wasn't mine. A faded blue sedan sat in the gravel circle. Driver's side door open. A woman leaned against the porch rail, smoking, her hair pulled up messy, phone in hand. The timestamp in the corner was from 2 years before I'd ever heard of the town. That's her, the detective said quietly. The missing one. We showed this to her sister. She confirmed. He laid another down. Same angle, front of the house, different seasons snow dusted the roof. Bare trees behind. Another car. Another stranger hauling a box through the front door. Head turned away from the camera, caught mid-laugh. The timestamp was a few months after the first. Short-term tenants, he said. Folks trying to get on their feet, like you. Some stayed a few months and left. Some didn't. He kept track either way. He fanned out a few more. Different years, different vehicles, different faces, but the composition barely changed. Porch, drive, house. Always from a distance. Always from an angle that suggested the photographer was standing either at the edge of the field or near the barn, or just off the road with a telephoto lens. Then he slid a different kind of photo across. This one was taken from inside the house. The image showed the kitchen window from behind the sink. The glass was dotted with rain. Beyond it, the front yard and the road, blurred by the weather, but still visible. The angle was exactly the one I saw whenever I stood there washing a mug. At first, we thought this was one of yours, he said. Something you'd taken and forgot about. Then we checked the metadata. He flipped the photo over, on the back. Someone had annotated the printed lab details in pen. Date: 2 months before I moved in. Source device inside residence. Picture was taken from a camera he planted in the vent above your sink, the detective said. We pulled it yesterday. Tiny thing, Wi-Fi capable, pressure mounted. So it left almost no marks. In the photo, the window frame was lit by a warm glow from below the camera, like under cabinet lights, in the reflection on the glass. Faint but undeniable. A blurred outline showed part of the countertop and the silhouette of a figure standing just off-center. Not me. Her. Same dark hair as the woman on the porch. Same slouch. Same old hoodie she wore in another shot, now visible only as a shape in a reflection she never knew she was in. He watched her from inside the house. I said, my voice sounded distant. He was in there while she was. In the walls. Above the cabinets. Yeah, the detective said. And remember, you said you only found one envelope under the fridge. He was hiding way more than that. He slid one last photo over, separate from the rest. At first, my brain refused to process it, because it wasn't my house. The walls were a different color, a drab off-white you only ever saw in big cities and cheap complexes. There was no front yard, no gravel, no barn. It was an apartment hallway, narrow, beige carpet, bronze door numbers, a dented trash can by the elevator. At the far end, near a door with a number I knew better than my own social security number. Someone was wrestling a couch through the frame. Me. The timestamp hit me like a punch. It was from 6 months before I'd moved. Back when I was still in Denver, still working from that cramped apartment I'd complained about to anyone who'd listen. The angle of the shot meant the photographer had been down the hall, near the stairwell, just far enough that I'd never have noticed them if I was focused on my furniture and my friends. In the bottom corner, half cut off by the edge of the frame, was the unmistakable logo of the moving company I'd used. Same orange letters, same truck decal bleeding through from another shot on the roll. We pulled this from the same archive as your house pictures, the detective said. Same folder name, same user account, same camera signature. My mouth was dry. How I managed. How did he even know who I was? Then I didn't know I was moving here. I'd barely started looking for places. You had your resume on LinkedIn, the detective said. You posted in some remote worker group about wanting something cheap with good land. Midwest or West. Don't care where as long as it's quiet. You used your real name. Your landlord screens tenants online. Someone watches those listings. Someone tracks the people who match what they want. Remote, I said. Young? Alone. Good storage between trips, he added, repeating the line from that note without any hint of humor. He collected the photos back into a neat stack, tucking them into the folder like he was closing a wound. For now, this stays with us. He said, we can't give you copies. Chain of evidence, court rules. I know that sucks. But trust me, you don't want to live with this stuff on a thumb drive anyway. He slid the tablet back into its case, clicked it shut, and sat back. They might hold Carl, I said. It came out more like a statement than a question. They might even charge him. Negligence, accessory, whatever you call it. Probably, the detective said. At minimum, he's on the hook for a whole lot of I didn't know that a jury might not buy. But the man in the mask, I went on, staring at the blank tabletop, the one with the camera, the one who knew the exact height of my basement stairs and where to put his feet, the one who was outside my door in the rain. He's not Carl. The detective did not answer, and he's still out there, I said. Driving whatever car he wants, switching plates, swapping masks, clicking through photos on some cheap laptop, and he's seen me. He knows exactly what my face looks like under that porch light. The hum of the fluorescent fixture above us seemed to grow louder. Somewhere down the station hallway, a phone rang, shrill and distant. A printer coughed out a new stack of paper. A chair scraped against linoleum. Normal sounds, mundane, everyday things. They didn't matter. Because somewhere beyond these gray walls and stale coffee and official forms, a man who treated houses like pit stops and people like inventory had my old Denver address in his files, my rental in his photo stack, and my name in whatever system he used to track what was good storage. Carl was in cuffs. The house was taped off. The barn was full of markers and evidence tags. But the thing that had looked at me through the peephole on that rainy night, the thing that had paused just a second too long, like it was memorizing me, was still breathing behind white plastic. And it had already proven it could find me once. 7.1. Moving away doesn't move it out of your head. I am writing this from a city that has no barns, no cornfields, no gravel driveway, no overgrown path that turns into a tunnel at night. If I lean over the railing of my third-floor balcony, all I see is a parking lot with oil stains, a row of compact cars, and a strip mall glowing in LED blues and reds. There is a laundromat downstairs, a nail salon on one side, a vape shop on the other. On weekends, somebody in the building always burns something in their oven and sets off the hallway alarm. On paper, I won. I got out, but it did not move out of my head. The apartment I'm in now is one of those identical units stacked like plastic bins. Beige walls, cheap gray carpet, popcorn ceiling. The kind of place where the most threatening thing is usually a passive-aggressive note about trash left in the wrong chute. There are people all around me above, below, both sides. I can hear them in little slices of their lives, the muffled bass of someone's TV. A baby crying 3 doors down, the rhythmic thump of somebody's treadmill at weird hours. When I first signed the lease, that was the selling point. Noise meant life. Life meant no one could quietly turn my home into a slaughterhouse without anyone noticing. Except my brain did not get that memo. The first week I moved in, the plumbing made a noise in the middle of the night. Just a typical apartment sound, the building's hot water system kicking on. Pipes expanding with a soft tick, tick, tick. Water rushing somewhere behind drywall. To everyone else on this floor, it was probably white noise. To me, it was the sound of liquid finding the basement drain. I lay in bed staring at the dark corner of my room, hearing that low, distant rush, and my mind was back on bare concrete, watching thin streams of red-brown water snake their way toward a rusted grate. Every time the noise swelled, my throat tightened. I caught myself holding my breath so I wouldn't have to hear my own lungs over it. The elevator is another one. It's at the far end of the hallway, out of sight from my door, but I can hear it all the time. The motor whining, the cables humming, and the ding, that soft, cheerful, manufactured chime each time it arrives on a floor. To normal people, that sound means groceries, Amazon packages, neighbors coming and going. To me, the ding sits wrong in my ears. It lands in the same place as that metal sound from the basement, the clink of hooks. The small, bright note of steel on steel when a chain was lifted, when a knife tapped the edge of a tub, when a bone cracked just right, and the sound traveled up through wood and pipe. It's not the same noise. Logic knows that. But the part of me that lived above those hooks and tubs and labeled bags doesn't care. It hears metal and goes straight to the worst thing it remembers. The bleach is the worst, though. You would be amazed how often you run into bleach when you're not trying. The cleaning staff uses it in the hallway sinks. The laundry room smells like a chemical war zone on weekends. Sometimes the stairwell catches a whiff from someone's mop bucket. One time, I stepped into the elevator and it hit me like a physical shove, sharp, sour. That specific tang that lives somewhere between clean and hospital and crime scene. My knees almost gave out. It was just some guy from the second floor who'd wiped down his bathroom. But all my body knew was basement. Concrete. Tubs. Someone trying too late to erase something that had soaked in deep. I made it back to my unit and threw up in my sink. The investigation ended, like everything else does. Months after that night with the floodlights and the suits and the camera flashes, someone from the detective's office called me. They spoke in careful, rounded phrases, the ones that taste like cardboard when you repeat them. Carl was charged some mix of accessory after the fact, criminal negligence, whatever labels the DA thought they could make stick. His lawyers pushed back, argued he was just a dumb landlord, that he never saw the inside of the basement, that he rented the place cheap because the septic was old and the market was bad. They filed motions. They asked for continuances. They dragged it out. The masked man section of the case file grew thicker, but not deeper. They had his footage. They had partial shoe prints from the barn, a tread pattern that matched a popular brand of work boot sold in half the hardware stores in the country. They had a general height, a rough build, a list of vehicles that might be his, all grainy and half caught on traffic cams going in and out of town at odd hours. They did not have his face. Every few weeks, there would be a call. We might have something. We're following up on a tip. We're comparing your case to one in another state. Each time, I'd feel that old cold pressure in my chest. The sense that the floor might open up beneath me again at any second. So far, nothing has stuck. At some point, one of the detectives leveled with me. These cases, he said, voice tired over the line. They can go quiet for a long time. Sometimes they blow open because somebody finally talks. Sometimes a piece of evidence from an old scene matches DNA from a new one. Sometimes they just sit. I don't want to promise you anything I can't give you. I thanked him, hung up, sat in the middle of my new living room that still smelled like new carpet and cardboard boxes and takeout, and realized I'd started listening for a noise that wasn't there. Hooks moving, tubs scraping. A car turning onto a gravel lane that no longer existed outside my window. This is the part where I guess I should say something like time heals, that the nightmares got better, that therapy helped, that I'm fully, healthily detached from what happened. I am seeing someone, a professional. She's good at the job. She tells me my brain is doing what brains do when they've been force-fed too much horror in too little time. I nod. I go home. I sleep with my phone charged and face up on the nightstand and 3 separate flashlights within reach. One in each room. When the building is loud, when somebody's kid is screaming, when a couple is arguing through the wall, when somebody upstairs decides to vacuum at midnight, I can almost pretend I'm normal. Noise is a blanket then. It smothers the memory of that deep, concrete quiet, when the only sounds were my own heartbeat and the drip of water through pipes slick with other things. It's the stillness that gets me. There are pockets of it, even here. 3 in the morning, 4:30. That weird, dead time between delivery drivers finishing their routes and early commuters stumbling into their cars. Sometimes I wake up for no reason, stare into the dark, and the apartment is so quiet I can hear the tiny tick of my fridge cycling. My body doesn't hear fridge. It hears someone's breathing through a plastic mask, echoing off a low ceiling. Those are the moments I reach for my laptop. That is how I ended up writing all of this the way I am now, as an email to some stranger who reads horror stories on YouTube for people like I used to be. Before any of this, before I knew how it feels when horror stops being a genre and starts being your street address, I know how it sounds. I'm sending this to a channel. It makes it feel like content, like a submission. But it's the only way I've found to get the weight out of my skull for a little while, to push it into words and send it somewhere else, into other people's ears, so it is not just rattling around in mine. So, yeah, as I type this, my neighbor's TV is playing some sitcom with canned laughter that leaks thinly through the wall. A car outside just locked with a beep beep. My own fridge hums. My AC grumbles. The building's pipes whisper behind the drywall. Objectively, I'm in a safe, overpriced, third-floor apartment in a crowded city where the nearest barn is probably on a postcard. Try telling that to the part of me that still swears it can hear. Underneath all of it, the faint, rhythmic sound of footsteps on low concrete. 7.2. The picture I zoomed in on there is one part of that night I did not remember at first. I do not mean in the repressed trauma way they talk about on TV. I mean in the stupid, mundane way your brain just throws things into a drawer and only notices them when you trip over them months later. It was raining that night, remember. Not a soft little drizzle, the kind of steady Midwestern rain that turns everything into a sheet of gray. The field behind the house became this blurry mass of moving darkness, the corn bending under the weight of water. The barn was just a blacker shape in the black, its edges softened, roofline almost disappearing. Around 10 to 40 something, I got bored. My friends had logged off. The horror video I was half watching on my second monitor was just white noise. The house was in that weird lull where nothing was happening, but I was too wired to just go to bed. The workroom, what used to be the second bedroom, had the best view. Its window looked out over the side yard, the barn, and the strip of porch light that spilled yellow across the wet grass. Standing there felt like being in a fish tank, watching the storm run its face along the glass. I remember standing there with my phone, the blue of my monitor at my back, the rain streaking down the outside of the pane in vertical lines. I thought it looked aesthetic. Yeah, that's the word that went through my brain at the time. The corn blurred into bands of dark green. The barn was a vague silhouette, and the reflection of the porch light turned the raindrops in the foreground into these glowing beads. It looked like the kind of moody countryside shot you'd see in a lo-fi playlist thumbnail. So I took a picture, just a quick one, through the glass. You can even see a faint ghost of my own reflection if you know where to look my shoulder. My phone held up, the blue glow from the desk behind me. I meant to send it to a friend. I think I even typed half a caption, something like POV, you moved to a creepypasta farm for cheap rent. But then they replied about something else, and I didn't attach it. The photo went into the endless scroll of my camera roll and vanished from my mind as completely as anything can. At the time, it was time-stamped 22:47, 10:47 p.m., about an hour and a half before the first knock on my door. I didn't think about that picture again until months later, in this new apartment, in a different state, sitting on a couch from IKEA with the tags still dangling from the underside. I was trying to free up storage. That was the whole reason. My phone had hit one of those "you're almost out of space" warnings, and instead of paying for more, I decided to be responsible for once. Delete the junk, screenshots, duplicate memes, blurry shots of receipts I'd already lost. I did what everyone does, started from the top of my gallery and began swiping. A blurry photo of my Denver desk. Delete. A picture of some beer flight from a bar I barely remembered. Delete. 10 versions of the same sunset from the old apartment balcony. Delete. 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 Then I hit the block of photos from the house on road name. For a second, my thumb just hovered. There weren't many. A couple of shots I'd sent my parents to prove I wasn't moving into a literal shack. One of the living room with all the boxes still stacked. One of the kitchen counter with the gamer rat dinner I'd made, frozen pizza, gas station coffee, bag of chips. My chest tightened just seeing the layout again. My first instinct was to nuke them all, select the whole date range, hit trash. Let the cloud eat them and pretend the house had never existed outside my head. But something mean and small in me wanted to look first. So I started scrolling. And there it was. That rain-blurred shot from the workroom window. It looked exactly how I remembered at first glance. Field turned into a smear of darkness. Barn a shadow pinned against the horizon. Raindrops catching the porch light in streaks. The edge of the porch roof cut across the top third of the frame, beating water in a line. I almost flicked past it. Then something in the lower left corner caught my eye. If you've ever zoomed in on a dark photo, you know how it goes. At first, everything is just mush, blocks of grain, colors smearing together. Your brain filling in shapes that aren't there. But there was something different about this. In the band of black between the barn and the closer edge of the yard, the darkness wasn't uniform. There was a vertical line of shadow that didn't match the rest. Curiosity trumped good sense. I pinched the screen, zoomed in, the image pixelated. Of course. All the clean lines fell apart into a swarm of noise, green and red specks, white dots, sudden jagged artifacts where the compression had done its best and failed. But the vertical shape stayed. It wasn't a tree. There were no trees there, just the barn wall and the start of the field. I zoomed further, slowly. The features resolved just enough to distinguish them from the noise. It was a figure, standing flush with the barn wall, partly swallowed by the shadow, a hood pulled up over the head, shoulders hunched slightly against the rain, the outline of arms at the sides. The body angled, not turned away, not perpendicular to the house, but facing it, facing me. The face was just a pale oval against the darker hood. If the resolution had been a little worse, it would have vanished completely. If the porch light angle had been a little different, it might have been invisible. But the way the rain fell, the way the light bounced off wet surfaces, gave it away. Two darker spots sat where eyes should be perfectly round. Too dark compared to the surrounding pixels. The rest of the face was this washed out, almost glowing white, like whatever he was wearing there reflected the faint ambient light differently from skin. Not a bare face, a mask. Plain, smooth, white. The same kind of white I had watched on that tablet in the station. Breath rasping behind it while hands did unthinkable things under a yellow bulb. I sat very still on my couch and realized that when I had taken that photo, thinking I was just capturing an artsy, depressing view of my new rural life. He had been standing there, in the frame, watching my house, watching me walk back and forth through the kitchen, probably turning lights on and off, filling a glass of water, checking my phone, all the little things you do when you think you're alone. The timestamp on the photo said 22:47. We'd logged that down when we did the timeline for the detective. First knock at the door was around 12:15. We'd written that in, circled it, matched it against 911 call records, patrol car dash cams. He had been there at least an hour and a half before he ever raised his hand to knock. Standing in the rain, by the barn, in total silence, just watching. The police had asked me, early on, if I had any photos or videos from that night. Anything that might show vehicles or faces or unusual things hanging around the property. I'd said no. Technically, I said, no. I deleted everything from that place. I don't want it on my phone. That's what's in my official statement. It wasn't entirely a lie. I did delete most of it. The house shots, the U-Haul pics, the stupid pizza dinner. I held my thumb down and watched them all shake, then disappear, one by one, like pulling nails out of a board. But when I got to that rain photo, with the barn and the field and the blurry smears of water, my thumb stopped. Some part of me knew, before my eyes did, what was hiding there. I didn't send it to the detectives. I didn't upload it to the evidence portal they set up. I didn't even flag it in any way that would make it easy for someone else to find if they ever got access to my account. Instead, I dragged it into a separate album. I named the folder Keep. Every few weeks, usually on the nights when I wake up at 3-something with my heart already racing for no apparent reason, I make the same mistake. I open photos, scroll just enough, tap the album, tap the picture. It fills the screen, the familiar grain and digital smudge of a cheap phone camera struggling in low light. The field is a blur. The barn is a crooked, soft-edged shape. The rain is frozen in white scratches. I zoom in, slow as a ritual. The pixels break apart, but that vertical shadow locks into place again. The hooded outline pressed against the barn boards. I zoom further, until the image is more noise than picture, and still, somehow, the two dark pits where the eyes should be refused to dissolve. On good nights, it just makes me sick to my stomach. On bad nights, it feels like those empty, black holes in the mask are not just looking toward the house in the picture, but somehow through the glass of my phone, through the new walls, through all the miles between then and now, and that whatever was standing in the rain beside that barn still knows exactly where to aim its eyes when it wants to find me again. 7.3. The sound after the story ends by now. If the guy reading this kept most of it in, you already know way too much about my basement. So let me drag you all the way out of that house and into where I am right now. Not then. Not in Wyoming. Here, in this third-floor apartment in a different state, with stucco walls and a parking lot instead of fields. You, the person hearing this, you might be lying on your back in bed, earbuds in, ceiling just a gray blur above you. Or you might be in your car, parked somewhere half-lit, phone propped up on the dash while the rain taps on your windshield. Maybe you're in your kitchen, late, elbow deep in dishwater. Your phone on the counter playing this with the screen gone dark and only your reflection in the black glass. Wherever you are, pause for half a second and just listen, not to my voice, to your place, the low ruh of your fridge cycling, the pipes in your walls making that soft ticking sound as they cool, the faint hum of somebody's TV 2 units down, the wind squeezing itself through the tiniest gap in your window seal. All of that is your normal. It was mine too. I told you earlier I'm writing this like an email sent into some horror channel because I don't know what else to do with it. That part is still true, but there is something I left out until now, because I wanted you to understand the basement before I told you what followed me out of it. A few weeks before I sat down to write this whole thing in one go, I got an email. Not from the detective, not from the court, not from any of the boring, official sources that still trickle into my inbox with case numbers and words like continuance and hearing. It was from an address I didn't recognize, no name attached. Just a string of letters and numbers that meant nothing to me, from a provider I'd never heard of. The kind of address you can spin up in under a minute if you really want to stay in the dark. There was no subject line, no text in the body, just a single attachment, one image file. I should have deleted it on sight. I know that. Every PSA in the world tells you not to open weird attachments. But people are curious, and I am still a person, whether I like it or not. So I tapped it. For a second, I didn't understand what I was looking at. It was grainy, slightly tilted, taken from ground level. The bottom half was all dark asphalt, glistening slightly under sodium yellow lights. Further up, the frame caught the side of a building. My building, balconies stacked, railings in cheap black metal, stucco walls painted some corporate shade of tan. The camera had been aimed upward from the parking lot, at a particular set of windows on the 3rd floor. My windows, curtains drawn. Mostly. I have a bad habit of leaving them just a couple inches open, because I like seeing a sliver of the night when I sit at my desk. In the photo, that gap is a vertical slice of faint light cold, bluish, the color of a laptop screen reflected on cheap glass. If you look closely, you can see me, not my face in detail, not some clear selfie, just my silhouette, hunched forward in the rectangle of my own window, hands on the keyboard, head bent. Exactly the way I sit when I'm typing. Exactly, in fact, the way I'm sitting right now, writing this sentence. There was a timestamp in the corner, not the phone's interface burned into the image itself, like the feed from some cheap security camera or an ancient digital handheld. The time matched almost perfectly the hour I usually pull into this lot after going for groceries. The night was clear, no rain to blur things, no corn to hide behind. Whoever took that picture had been standing on the cracked concrete of my new life. In between the cars, pointing a camera up at my 3rd floor window and waiting for me to sit down. I stared at that image for a long time. Longer than I should have. Long enough that the bluish glow of my own screen started to feel like it was coming from somewhere outside the room, shining inward. Then I did what you're supposed to do. I forwarded it to the detective, with as much context as I could type without my hands shaking too hard. I flagged the email with my provider. I blocked the sender. I let the official channels take over. They're looking into it. Those are the words they use. They say things like spoofed IP addresses and foreign servers and could be a prank, and we don't want you to panic. They ask if I've told anyone my new address. They ask if maybe a friend is messing with me. Nobody I know has that kind of sense of humor. But here's the part I can't hand off to a detective or an IT specialist or anyone else I can't get the picture out of my head. It lives there now, right next to the basement drain and the white mask and the note with my age and job broken down like bullet points on a grocery list. So here's where we circle all the way back to you, right now, this very second. The person reading this on a channel has probably hit the last chunk of my email. The little bar on your screen is almost at the end. The ad break is over. You're still here, which means some part of you likes putting other people's worst nights into your ears. That's fine. I used to do the same thing. I still do. Sometimes. It's easier to be scared for a stranger than to sit alone with your own static. But when this video ends, you're going to be left with something that isn't my voice. You're going to be left with your house, your car, your dorm room, your motel. Wherever you are, you'll hear your fridge humming in that steady, almost comforting way. You'll hear your AC kick off with a soft whoomp. Maybe a car door in the distance, the slap of rubber on wet pavement, a neighbor's laugh through a wall. You'll probably tell yourself that the story is over. So do something for me. When the audio cuts out and your screen goes quiet, listen. If, in that little pocket of silence, you hear a knock that doesn't fit any of your usual noises, not the pipes, not the heater, not the upstairs neighbor count how many times it comes. If it's 3 slow knocks, spaced just far enough apart that whoever's doing it wants you to really notice, the way someone might wake up a house that's been sleeping for them. Just remember this one thing: not all houses keep things in. Some of them keep track.